Aló, 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 ¿me escuchan? Sí, perfecto. Hi there, good morning everybody. We will start now in this moment. Please have a seat. All our VCs, you're kindly invited to sit down in the front. We have special seats for you so that we can identify you. So please, all VCs, have a seat here in front of all of us. Klaus, thank you for sitting here. So Friedhelm, Sadia, Nick, if you're so kind, please join Klaus here. and our VCs from Latin America. If you're here, you're also kindly invited to have a seat on this side of the stage. So, okay, we are very shy, so, okay. Good morning, everybody. Good morning to Latin America. Good afternoon to Germany. We are connected via streaming to Germany as well. Today, I'm going to be your moderator. My name is Pamela Valdivia. I'm the Executive Director of the State of Bavaria Office for South America. And I am honored to welcome you all to the OktoberINVESTFest LATAM that we're organizing together with, and here comes all the names, with the program Science 2030 of Universidad de Concepción, with Universidad de Chile, with, of course, Global Chile Ventures of Fundación Chile, which is our host here today with this beautiful event location. We have the great support of partners like the HK Chile, Alaya Capital, and of course also German Entrepreneurship and the German Accelerator, which is the international accelerator of the German government. So, having said that, today what is expecting you today? You will have great startups. Hi there. Hi there. Hi there. I'm changing. Thank you. So today we are having great startups. We are having great VCs here today from Germany and from all over Latin America. We have corporates, we have science, we have universities, etc. We will be talking about deep tech. We will be talking about innovative solutions with impact. So how do startups also impact environment and social necessities? And we will, of course, be talking about how to build more bridges between Germany and Latin America, especially in the field of venture capital. So, I will stop it here because the most important person is already in the room. I'm very honored to welcome the ambassador of Germany here in Santiago de Chile, Mrs. Irmgard Maria Fellner. It's an honor for me to introduce you, and I would like to invite you to the stage for the welcome words.
Fantastic. So the microphone is working. Can everybody hear me? Yes. Fantastic. Okay. So, good morning, first of all. It's a great pleasure for me to be here. Thank you very much, Pamela Valdivia, Executive Director of Bayland. Hernan Araneda, General Manager, Foundation of Chile, Fundación Chile. It's a fantastic location. Thank you for opening your doors to this event. Dear guests from Germany and Latin America, online and present, dear Latin American startups, ladies and gentlemen, it's really fantastic to be here with you as the German ambassador. And I would like to introduce, first of all, the real Oktoberfest, because when we're talking of first Oktoberfest InvestFest, then of course there is the connotation of the real Oktoberfest. The original was first celebrated in Munich in 1810, so more than 200 years ago. It was a public party with horse races and attractions given on the occasion of the marriage of the then Crown Prince, future King Ludwig I, the classical king who was an archaeologist, a historian, etc., and brought a lot of culture to Munich. This festivity was held on the occasion of his marriage to a Saxonian princess, Therese, after which the place of the Oktoberfest, where it is still held today, was baptized Theresienwiese, Meadow of Terrace. And so this is the original. And from there, a long tradition started. In the world, this festivity, Oktoberfest, has become a global stereotype of German culture, which, of course, as a German diplomat, I would like to see updated, because of course, on the one hand, bringing people together from various corners to enjoy local traditions is something that Germans love. We're good at that. But on the other hand, there is so much more to Germany that we would like to be considered, of course. And let me frame it this way for today's occasion. Today's event goes much more beyond than getting together and having a good time. It aims at fostering Latin American startup ecosystem by connecting it with potential investors from Germany. That's a fundamental thing. It's matchmaking that we're talking about, speed dating. And this is, of course, mutually beneficial. While German investors get to know promising deep tech scale-ups from Latin America, the local startups get in touch with potential investors. As the German ambassador to Chile, I tend to refer to examples from Chile, of course, but I'm aware that there are actually promising startups from Argentina, Colombia, Peru, Uruguay, etc., present here today. So I also want to honor them as a German diplomat. In this respect, we need to highlight that these innovation and startup ecosystems are meant to develop innovative solutions to tackle local challenges of their region, but also global challenges. The global and the local level are sometimes very closely intertwined. This has a crucial advantage. Local founders know their own markets. They can directly impact their communities and contribute to the development of their country, and then the global scale, of course. This is a very strong incentive for startups, and it helps to advance economic and social development. This sounds too good to be true, and indeed we know that the majority of startups actually fail. But here the innovative ecosystem steps in. The objective is to provide the startups with German resources that go beyond capital. For example, business expertise, connections. This is why I'm really pleased to see that not only outstanding companies, but also distinguished universities from Chile and Germany participate today. Their participation underlines the importance of such ecosystems for innovation and technology in today's world full of challenges. For the German venture capitalists present, I have excellent news. Latin America is booming, and Chile is among the most innovative regions of Latin America, according to the latest Global Innovation Index. Some of the solutions to local challenges by Chilean or other Latin American startups might even find application in Germany, as we face similar problems in some areas. The digitalization of workflows, virtual payment, or the efficient use of scarce water resources, to name only a few. From the startup side, Germany has a lot to offer and is continuously improving the conditions for founders. As part of Germany's innovation strategy, the Federal Ministry for Economic Affairs and Climate Action is creating an environment that is conclusive to investment and by providing funding programs. These funding programs are to help small and medium-sized enterprises to embrace innovation and digitization. At the same time, it aims to inspire young people to choose a career in technology and natural science, especially women also, and secure an adequate supply of skilled workers for the future. Germany offers scholarships and prizes, such as the Falling Walls Lab, a competition where bright minds get the possibility of funding and connections. What I would like to underline is that we have a stable community of interests and values between Germany and Chile, between Germany and Latin America, which in many aspects transcends the political rift between the right and left. We have been able to create trust in the long-term nature of common structures and desires, and that is certainly an important decision variable for investors. What I believe to be another important facilitator in this context is the representatives of BILAT here in Latin America. Pamela Vandivia and Ursula Brendiger are very well connected here, and they have established perfect conditions for creating and maintaining such a startup ecosystem. I commend you for your work. You're doing really a great job. Events like this, where we celebrate our common interests and immerse ourselves in the culture of Germany, play a crucial role in strengthening the bonds between our nations. And I would like to extend my gratitude to all of the organizers, to all of you present who have joined us today to make this possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Great words. So you make the link to Munich, which I like a lot, and that brings me to make the link to New York, because our representative office in New York is holding the same event, the OktoberINVESTFest United States. So we are the first Latin American version, but they have done it for many years. So I hope they're connecting as well today, directly from the United States, and having a look at what is happening here today. So, and now I have the honor to introduce the host of this event, this great location, great partner of our office as well, because you have to know we are only 2 persons, and we could not have done everything we do without great partners. And this great partner is Fundación Chile. It's an honor for me to introduce Hernán Aravena. He's the general manager. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. It's a real pleasure to have you here. Particularly, I'd like to greet the German ambassador to Chile, Ms. Irmgard Maria Fellner, the academic institutions that are here, and the venture capital companies that are here with us today. Let me take the opportunity to tell you a bit about Fundación Chile. We are a truly public and private partnership in the area of innovation. We've been working for more than 47 years, developing new companies, technology-based companies, trying to contribute to sophisticate the Chilean economy and to diversify the economy. We have created almost 100 companies, many of them really successful companies that afterwards were copied by other players, and in that sense, several economic new sectors were created, direct employment, etc. So we are, the mandate we have, it's basically to contribute to sophisticate and to make Chilean development sustainable. But nowadays we are very much in the business of bringing together partners from different areas, research centers, companies, corporate ventures, governments, and so this is the reason for which this event it's very close to our DNA. Today, our organization seeks to accelerate scientific technological-based companies as a strategy to sophisticate Chile's productive matrix, as I said before. And Chile offers a unique opportunity for entrepreneurship with highly trained professionals, and has been recognized as a great exploration laboratory, allowing entrepreneurs to test the models in the country and then expand throughout the region. Scientific technological-based companies of deep tech offer countless opportunities to improve people's lives. They have an important environmental and social impact because they democratize access to new technologies, something that solves complex challenges for the planet, like those proposed by the SDGs for 2030. Chile has a huge opportunity in this field. Although investment in R&D in Chile is 0.34% of GDP, very low compared to the 2.2 average of OECD countries. We have top-level advanced human capital in the area of science and in which it is necessary and pertinent to invest. These professionals are in academia developing science to enable the development of new scientific technological-based companies. So I would say that the challenge we have is it's bringing together different partners that sometimes are working in isolation, the companies, research centers, startups, etc. So, and I think that this occasion, in doing this at a global scale, that this event is intended to, it's really at the very center of our preoccupation. So I'm very happy to be here. Thank you all, and I hope we have a very, very exciting workshop in the morning and in the afternoon as well with all the entrepreneurs and the corporate venture institutions present here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hernán. So now we have come to the important part of this event, of course. So I'm very happy to see in the front line of our main guests, the startups. So thank you for having traveled here today, because some of you are coming from far away. We appreciate it very deeply, so let me say that at the beginning. Now I would like to introduce to you another great partner, which is the Science Program 2030 from Universidad de Concepción. Roxana Lopez will be moderating the first pitch session. Come here, Roxana, just in order to introduce you. She will explain everything, how it's going to work. She will announce you, etc. And before I give over the mic, I would like to invite Nick. Let's have a seat over there together, because we have the possibility to ask questions. So, Roxana, the stage is yours.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. It's an honor for me to be here today in the first OktoberINVEST LATAM. I'm representing, as Pamela said, the strategic plan Ciencia 2030 from Universidad de Concepción. And we are very happy to be supporting this kind of event because it's very important not only for our country, for Latin America, but also to improve and create more relationships with Europe and especially with Germany. So, my mission here today is to present you the first 5 startups that are going to be pitching today. So, don't panic, you are going to be here very soon. Just to let you know, each startup has 8 minutes to pitch, okay? Then we will have 2 minutes for the VCs to ask questions if they wish to do so. And that are the rules. So I'm going to let you know when we have 1 minute left. So please, we are going to welcome our, we have 5 startups, pardon me. We have Strong by Form, G-Care, To Me, Drone5, and Fractal. So, we have our first startup. We welcome Diego Lyon from Strong by Form.
Hi everyone, I'm really happy to be here. My name is Diego, and I'm part of Strong by Form. And we're a technology company that is developing the future of wood. A future where we treat wood as an advanced composite material, able to enhance the forest resource yield by over 400% for structural applications. But first, I have to start with a problem. And the problem that we're facing is that we have to build 13,000 buildings every day for the next 25 years just to deal with population growth. And we must do so in a way that doesn't burn down the planet in the process. And construction as we know it is not really up to the task. It's the world's largest polluting industry, voracious in the consumption of raw materials, and with productivity rates that have basically remained the same for the last 40 years. A lot of people are betting on prefabrication, and they're not wrong, but really think we're stronger. And we're stronger because we're inspired by nature. And every day, nature creates millions of cubic meters of the best structural material there is in a sustainable and efficient manner. Yeah. But the way that we use wood for structures, it's not really all that efficient. Cross-laminated timber, or CLT for short, is one of the few technologies that we're using today for timber high-rises. And it basically consists, as the image shows, of gluing wood planks together to create massive components. So we're essentially using a high-performance material but to build with the same techniques as we did with the pyramids over 4,000 years ago, which is relying on mass to achieve structural performance. And this greatly limits both its versatility and sustainability. So the question is, how do we give wood a chance at becoming a sustainable game changer in creating a built environment? First, we have to optimize the use of the forest resource, of the tree itself. We also need to minimize the amount of wood that we require to achieve structural performance. And we have to recover wood's free-form capabilities, which will open the doors for wood's innovative applications in several other industries. And nature really does give a lot of answers, because through millions of years of evolutionary optimization, we could call it nature's research and development efforts, wood really has become a very high-performance material with a specific strength and tension that's a lot higher than steel. And this is not new. I mean, we're not the first to notice this. We didn't discover this. Because back in the day, ships were the most sophisticated structures of their time. And shipbuilders would look at trees and use natural high performance for their designs. They would even tie young trees for them to bend into the shapes that they required, like an old school method of shape optimization. And so, taking all this into account, we thought how can we bring wood's natural intelligence to engineered timber? And then we went and combined material science with state-of-the-art digital optimization and fabrication techniques to create a shape and fiber architecture that can maximize structural performance while minimizing material consumption. And this makes wood flow strong enough to replace concrete, steel, and aluminum as the go-to structural materials. Moreover, our design to manufacturing technology brings sustainability and productivity to the construction industry, which is a 40-year-old wish the industry still dreams of, because we're showing that sustainability and productivity can go hand in hand without compromise. And it works. Using our design to manufacturing software, we developed a prefabricated slab prototype. And weighing on 35 kilograms, you can carry it. It showcases how we can leverage algorithmic intelligence over mass to achieve this structural performance. And this performance can withstand loads that surpass the European Union's construction requirements, with weight and stiffness values that challenge any other existing timber technology. This really pushes our value proposition by enabling us to achieve really long spans in a cost-effective manner. And this isn't just innovation for the sake of innovation. It's about tangible, big-scale impact. Because with wood flow, we're resisting more while consuming and polluting a lot less. Imagine this. Every time that we replace a steel or concrete component in a building, we're effectively reducing material consumption across the entire structure by making it lighter. And every time that we replace CLT, we save 75% of the trees that would have normally been required to achieve that same performance. And the ripple effect is monumental, because for every 1% of the slab market that we capture, we're stopping over half a gigaton of CO2 emissions from being released into the atmosphere. And market-wise, that same 1% translates into $7 billion of yearly sales for wood flow technology. To scale this affordably and globally, we're licensing our technology into our worldwide network of wood flow providers. And through our cloud service, we're empowering architects and designers to craft their own wood flow designs and source them through a local provider, sparking innovation without us having to envision every possible application. But we'll pave the way first, as we're developing, marketing, and manufacturing the first generation of wood flow products ourselves. And this is why we put together an innovative product portfolio specifically targeted for the construction industry. First up is this beautiful interior cladding solution, which we're focusing at the corporate and hospitality sector, and we'll be launching in March of next year. Next up is our freeform exterior facade, which showcases how the synergy between technology and nature can reshape our built environment. We'll open up our structural product line with these robust timber joints, which are capable of mating wooden parts without the need for steel. Imagine huge structures like warehouses or even airports made entirely out of wood, which is an unmatched feat in today's market. And our first client here is Deutsche Bahn, with whom we're prototyping 100% wood-based shelter for their train stations. They need 20,000 of these within the next 5 years. And finally, our lightweight wood flow core slabs enable us to really elevate high-rise timber construction, because we're moving beyond residential spaces and into commercial and office ones by enabling spans that are over 10 meters long in a cost-effective manner. And this innovation really positions wood flow to replace millions of square meters of concrete. But construction is only the beginning, as we see many applications in mobility as well. And this is why we've signed NDAs with 2 major car manufacturers. Prototyping will start soon and can potentially take us into the assembly line of the next generation of electric vehicles. The challenge is huge, and this is why we need to put our best foot forward. That's why Jorge, our CTO, excels at shape optimization. Daniel, our COO, has great experience in digital fabrication, and Andres, our CEO, brings extensive corporate venture capital experience. We're really up to the task, but we know that we're facing a very difficult task. And this is why we put together a global network of top-tier executives and scientists to make sure that we're always getting the best possible advice. The built environment won't stop growing, and we're sure that with a bit of human creativity, we can do so in a way that's sustainable, productive, and profitable. This is why we've opened a $5.5 million seed round to take this vision to reality. So if this vision resonates with you, come join us to make Strong by Form even stronger. Thank you very much.
Okay, so do we have any questions from the VCs? No? Very impressed? No questions then? No questions. Thank you very much, Diego. Okay, so now we welcome Moises Brenegas from GCare. Okay, you have a performance there. Do you need help? Yes. Yeah? Okay. It's not bravery, by the way. Okay, so here you go, 8 minutes and 2 minutes.
But before to start, how many of you are from Chile? Please show me your hands. Oh, a lot of people. And I'm from Alemania, Germany. Welcome to Chile. Is your first time here? Ah, okay, you're Chilean. I'm from Uruguay. Uruguay, right? Buen partido ayer. 2-0. Okay, so for be honestly, I don't know how to start because after these presentations, you're amazing, bro. But what else? What do they have in common? The Mr. Rugrats, the Mr. Simpsons. Do you know this movie? Coco? Yes? And this one, Up? Do you know what have in common these persons? They will fall. Yeah, but for be honestly, it's a reality right now, not only in Chile, it's around the world. For example, in Germany, I don't know if this number is real because my sister put here, but in the next year, maybe in Germany, we will have like 4 million of falls. This is a lot, right? 5 years ago, my grandfather has an accident in his bedroom, and in this moment, my life changed. Before to be an entrepreneur, I was a professional fighter. When my mom called me, I was living in Thailand. She told me that my hero fall. So I take the first ticket for back to Chile. And when I spoke with the doctor, they told us that my grandfather will die in 3 months. This changed my life. So I start to thinking with my brothers how we can fix this problem. When my grandfather fall, he has his cane, and because of that, we developed the first MVP. This MVP that do is when they fall, call to my family, and with that, we can help to my grandfather in this moment. So the problem right now for the elders is that they fall, they have a stroke, they have so many times they lose, right? And so many times we, like family, we don't know it, that they need our help. Because of that, with development GCare, we can understand and we can detect when the grandfathers falls, when they have a stroke, or when they need our help. And using our technology that we do, we develop this smartwatch because you know that this smart cane, not all people use a smart cane, the cane, and because of that we develop these solutions, the smartwatch, and that we do, we use the gyroscopic and the accelerometer, for detect when they fall. This is our difference with the Apple Watch, with the Garmin. We know the mobility of the elders, and with that we can know it when they fall, when they are sitting, on when they are upping. In this way, we started in the university in 2019 with this idea, with this paper, and after 5 years, we have our product. We are so happy, right? Because we started in the university. And the most important is that right now, we increase the sensations of security and the connectivity of the elders. When they use our technology, they feel more strong, right? And we decrease the sensations of loneliness in the grandfathers or in the elders. What they means, in general, the elders, when they live alone, they feel that the sensations of loneliness the growth because they can connect with their family. For example, Mr. Victor, he has a stroke in his house, and we detect. In 10 minutes, we call the ambulance, and now he is carrying their bills. So our business model, we use a SaaS service. We don't sell the device. A lot of people ask, hey, you sell the device? No. We sell the subscriptions. The people pay like 12, 16 USD monthly, and we give the device. In the other way, right now, we are working with these companies here in Chile and in United States, with Caja Los Andes, for example, Hogar de Cristo, and with Mayo Clinic in United States. This is the most important. Did you remember that I told you that in the university we start with this idea? Now, after 5 years, we detect all these situations of emergency in the elders, so we are so happy because in the past, I can't help to my grandfather, but now we can help the grandfather of your family. About the competitions, the most stronger right now is in United States. The name is Life Alert. We want in the future to buy your company, right, after 3 or 4 years more. And our experience, wow, our journal is amazing. We started in the 2019 with Corfo. This is a public, how do you say Corfo in English? In English? Thank you. Do you want to work with us in Jiker? We need you. Recently, we was part of the Web Summit in Rio de Janeiro. This is the most important. Give me a second. We are part of Open Boot Chef and Open Senior. Because of that, we are here. It's the Center of Innovations of the University of Chile. And we are part of Pensar en Grandes from Uruguay. And we are working with United States, Mexico, and Chile. We were selected from the ASET, Associations of Entrepreneurs from Chile, like the most disruptive innovations in the 2023. And what more? We are looking for work with Germany. Yeah, why not? And what we need to do is speak with these clinicals. They have a knowledge of how we can improve how can improve our technology. And because of that, I think that this is a very good opportunity to stay here. I told you about that. Recently, in the Center of Innovations, but from the Universidad Católica, they say that we are part of these entrepreneurs, right? 100 casos de alto impacto. So what we are looking for strategics. 8 minutes is my first time for the 8-minute pitch. Generally, it's only 1 minute, 3 minutes. Anyway, don't worry. So we are working Spain to Europe, and we think that we have a very interesting opportunity in Europe. And in Germany, it's open to enter to the rest of Europe. So our technical team, we start with my brother, with my siblings. How many time I have? 30 seconds? Okay, don't worry. And the most important is our mentor, right? Bam, and for final, thank you for your time. Please, if you have Instagram, please open and follow us, because with that we can grow our impact. And if you need something, just tell me. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, and I would like to know if any VCs has any questions at the moment. Yes, please.
Yeah, right now we are in US because we won a program for the State Department, the Young Social Leader of America, and we are in New Mexico, Albuquerque. And in US, you have the service that the name is Home Insight. It's a technical care where the people went to the house of the elders. So they have the same service in Germany. So that we are looking for is the same industry, the care service in the home, like the home care and the telemonitoring. So yeah, we are looking for, how do you say replicar? Replicate, thank you. This model, but in Germany. No, we don't have this problem because we are not a device, a clinical device. We are, how do you say, preventing device. So we don't need to have these regulations. It's a line that we know it. From LATAM, right? You know it? South American, how can I fix it? Yeah, only from South America. Okay. ¿Alguien más del público? ¿Les gustó? ¿Ahora en español? Bien. Síganos en Instagram, gracias.
Gracias, Moisés. It's not the president. Okay, so now we have our third startup. I invite Francisco Cuellar from Tumi Robotics.
Hello, good morning. My name is Francisco. I'm CEO of Tumi Robotics, where we are securing the safety and efficiency of the mining industry. In this picture, you can see two miners on their daily job. Usually, they have to cover several kilometers deep in order to inspect and diagnose the infrastructure. Inside the mine, the vision is very limited. The air is heavy and dusty. They are exposed to the risk of falling rocks and the noise of the drilling machinery. That's why underground mining is an extremely risky work due to the environmental conditions, the exposition of people to risks, and the limited actionable data. This has a negative impact in the mining industry. As you can see, it could increase the mining cycle time in more than 2,000 hours per year in one front. It is translated into $1.8 million lost annually in production. Of course, if there are accidents, it means more than $500,000 per accident. And finally, the reputational loss of the company. That's why in Tumi Robotics we offer a solution in which we provide robotized inspection, digitization, and diagnosis of mining critical infrastructure. With this, we are able to generate actionable data and reduce the mining cycle time at least in 1,000 hours per year, per front. This will increase the productivity at least in $1 million per year and increase the safety and efficiency of the mining industry with 0 fatalities. And of course, this is aligned with the Sustainable Development Goals. How it works, we deploy the robots and drones in the mining critical infrastructure. Then we proceed to process and collect the data, and finally perform a report to our clients. And I will go a little bit deep on this. And here we're combining two deep tech technologies, edge computing and artificial intelligence. First, we plan how we're going to inspect the critical infrastructure, and we are robot agnostic. Actually, we use the robots designed by ourselves or from other companies. So we use mobile robots or drones. And here is I would say, the differential. We are focusing on how we perform fast computing. We can use different type of sensors like LiDARs, cameras, thermal cameras, which gather large amounts of data. But we are concentrating on perform in real time the complex algorithms inside these parallel embedded computers, which allow us to perform complex polynomial of operations and simplify them to linear operation or logarithmic operations or constant operations. This will allow us to have real-time insights when the robot is performing the inspection. That's why we could perform complex computer vision algorithms. And finally, we feed this information in our software platform, which provides to our clients what they want, the report and the insights on what they should do with their infrastructure. Our business model, right now we are providing recurrent services to the mining industry in Peru, but we are mature enough to, with 3 of our products, so we are raising the money in order to become a hardware as a service company, in order to lease, loan or rent the robots and provide the maintenance, support and training. We are building our hardware-enabled software as a service platform, which, as I said, is agnostic and will provide the data analytics and the risk assessment that our clients are looking for. It's a huge market because in the next 5 years, more than $50 billion will be invested in mining intelligence automation, and we are planning to attend Tier 1 and Tier 2 mining companies starting in Latin America in order to reach $60 million in the next 5 years. Our differentials, as you can see, there are many robotics solutions around the world, but they're focused on the energy industry. Because of the situation of Latin America, we focus on the mining industry. We validated this technology with the Peruvian mines. We combine multiple robot platforms. Our algorithms are proprietary, and we have 4 patents in Peru already. These are our clients. We are attending the mining industry, the construction industry as well. We are doing some proof of concepts with the energy and environmental services companies as well. We have some partners of incubators and accelerators around the world. And recently we have been selected by Startup Chile by Corfo in order to open the offices here. And we have one investor, which is SOSV in US. This is the team. I am the expert in robotics and passionate about innovation. Claudia is the expert in corporate management, so she developed the strategy of the company, and Laureano, who is the CTO, who is making these robots real. Why Germany? Because Germany is committed to the green energy transition and the development of high-tech applications. This year I had a chance to spend 6 months in BTH Aachen University with Advanced Mining Technology Center, and I had a glimpse of what they're doing with robotics in order to extract more minerals and metals in a sustainable way. And of course, Germany is committed to the growth, to the scale up of deep tech startups in the following years. So at the end of the year, we will start the rise of our seed round of $2 million in order to strengthen our R&D talent, build a marketing and sales team. Until now, the co-founders are the ones who were selling to the mining companies. And of course, the international expansion, not only in Chile, but in Europe. This is our roadmap. We managed to develop all these robotics technologies, devices which are expensive, with 1.7 million of equity-free money from the Peruvian government. This year we received the money from Startup Chile, and yes, for the next year we will use, the next 2 years I would say we'll use $2 million in order to strengthen our position in the Peruvian and Chilean market. Yes, this is the presentation. Thank you very much.
Okay, do we have any questions from the VCs? No? Yes?
Hi, very interesting, but what would German money, German investment, what would this specifically help you with?
Okay, as I said, the German government is committed to the investment in the green energy transition. So for this, they will need more minerals and metals from around the world. And they are investing heavily in robotics and automation right now. And I'm sure Germany is the right place in order to obtain that R&D money in order to scale up this technology very fast and then deploy it around the world.
R&D money, basically.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, as you mentioned that you were in Germany, have you also talked to German suppliers of equipment for mining? I mean, there are very strong companies in Germany that supply the mining ecosystem, you know, with the technology. They are also moving into automation and also into sensors and robotics. Have you thought about having these kind of industrial partners also partnering together with you in the development of the business?
Yes, of course. I had a chance to meet Paus, for example. They build machinery for the mining industry. And I know they are looking forward to develop this kind of smart computers to be attached to their vehicles. So yes, we can work with a lot of mining companies specialized in the big machineries and complement them with the computer vision algorithms.
So now we have a video from Sebastián Macías from Drone 5. So, presentation with the video. Okay, sorry.
Buenos días, good morning. Welcome to Latin America. Well, my name is Sebastián. I am the CEO and founder of Cielum. I'm sorry, we are in the middle of a rebrand, so you can see Drone is whatever, but it's Cielum, the new brand. We are advanced air mobility architects. What is about air mobility? Urban air mobility is the transport of passengers and cargo in the cities with unmanned aircraft. This is an exciting moment in the industry as we have available technology for doing that. We have also means of compliance for implementing this technology, but unfortunately it's not so easy. There is a lot of concern regarding safety, acceptance, regulation that are slowing down this industry, especially in Europe, where we have one base. But well, what I will show you today is a bit promising and will change a bit over this panorama. Could you put the video, please? Well, breast milk, medicines, medical stuff in general through all the region. The staff is manipulated by the personnel in the hospital, and not specialists in drone, but people that works in the place. Well, there are slides. Vamos a poner primero en el medio. With unmanned aircraft by 2024. So this is a really exciting point of our show, making this happen, and I will explain you exactly where we put our value to make this happen. Maybe you can cut the video and go for the slide again, please. Thank you very much. So we are a company that has 5 years of experience working in drone technology. We are involved in the digitalization process of the low altitude airspace, both in Europe and in Latin America. We have plus 3,500 operations authorized in Uruguay. We also are working in Spain for flight authorization services. So our innovation is mixing a lot of technologies that make this happen. We have our proprietary low altitude airspace management technology that allows this kind of complex operation, but also we get the most of our experience and select third-party partners for drone, from the aircraft segment. We developed some innovative inside operations that allows to just people that work for the clinics and work for the hospital to manipulate the drone. And we are applying European concept of operation here in Latin America and going a bit faster on that. So the result of all that work is a turnkey solution that we can offer, for example, to a mining company or a hospital or a logistic company to use drone delivery. And what makes us a bit different, we don't just offer the technology, but also we have the key to work with regulators. We have operations, manual risk assessment. We have a solution for low altitude airspace management. So we put everything together and we can make this happen. And one important thing, we are deploying 600 kilometers of airways by 2024 in Uruguay in just this project. So this will be one of the top 5 airways in the world. So how this is sold at this point? We are working in developing large networks of between 50 and 25 stations, but also medium network between 5 and 15. Our typical customer could be the e-commerce site between their warehouses, but also we have hospitals in the middle region. And we have mainly 2 ways of income. We build up infrastructure as part of our main income at the beginning, but then we have a recurring income monthly that is for the operation of the network. Yeah, but it's not only our the only source of revenue we have. We also work with civil aviation authorities or region governments to deploy this network and offer the technology for many operation partners to work in the same network to provide delivery operations. Well, I just told you a bit about the market because it's a really niche market. It is a medium-sized market, but it's rapidly, fastly growing in the next years. We expect a 45 billion market in 2030. And just to give you an example of a niche, the drone delivery market for medical drone delivery is 3.1 billion project by 2013. Our go-to-market strategy, we are working the next year to develop many of these networks in Latin America, but we are also integrating in European demonstrators for main traffic management and drone technology. We aim to expand by 2025 in those different regions we have saw before. And in 2026 we expect to have more clear regulation around the world, and we can expand globally our technology and our services. We expect profitability by year 3, and we expect a really fast growing sales at this point. And of course, this is backed by a team that has expertise in aeronautics and electronics and software. One of our members worked 6 years in Airbus in Ingolstadt. Well, he's based on Spain as part of our team. The rest of the team is in Montevideo. Yeah. Well, something to tell is that we are part of the main international discussion forums. We are trying to apply the best of the international discussion to these cases. And we were part of the Paris Air Show with the support of Freecare this year in June. And well, this is what the press said about us regarding the last project. And well, something that I want to remark is a technical portal in the US say that this model is interesting for applying both in Europe and North America. What we need for this stage is 1 million for seed funding, mainly for complete our technology, create a specialized sales team, you know, that is very specialized in terms of sales, and also to buy some basic equipment for development. I see the future promising at this point because mainly 2 reasons. Well, we aim to integrate a hydrogen-based drone. We have autonomy of 500 kilometers. We have regulations in place. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Sebastian. Okay, so do we have any question for Sebastian, please? No? Okay, thank you very much, Sebastian. And last but not least, we have Edimar Coronel, but from Fractal.
Thank you. Well, hello everyone, good morning. I'm Edimar Coronel. You can call me Eddie, and I'm the Chief Experience Officer of Fractal. Could you please give me a favor and take a moment to look around you? From the big buildings that touch the sky to the machines that manufacture our daily essentials, you'll see we live in a world built upon physical assets. Have you ever stopped to think about how these assets are maintained, or even more importantly, what happens when they aren't? You see, inefficient maintenance management isn't just a minor inconvenience. It has tangible, often detrimental consequences to our environment, our businesses, and our life. From the big cities to the machines operating silently behind closed doors, everything requires meticulous care. How this impacts us usually goes unnoticed, but its importance undeniable. Maintenance isn't just about equipment or asset. It touches every facet of our life. For our people, it's about ensuring health and safety, reducing injuries, providing a safe environment. It's about enhancing the quality of our workplaces. For our planet, it's about preserving the air we breathe, minimizing waste, optimizing energy consumption. It's about ensuring, obviously, our precious water resources. And economically, maintenance drives profitability. It's about prudent cost management. It's about all the regulation and the compliance that we can make it. Maintenance is a trifecta, impacting our social fabric, impacting our economy and our environment. Do you remember how things used to be? A jumble of Excel sheets, phone calls, manual documentation, scattered information everywhere. You know, this chaos led to poor decision and inefficiency, but I promise that's a better way, a fractal way. With our technology, we integrate real time. We can optimize all with AI, we predict. We can monitor seamlessly with IoT. With our smart maintenance platform, it's designed to centralize information, minimizing silos. With predictive capabilities, breakdowns can be foreseen and mitigated. Fractal is a bridge that connects teams with seamless collaboration, saving both time and money. We also know we are in the digital age now, so Fractal ensures maintenance joins the fold. With real-time sensor connectivity, instant updates are the norm, and the results, happier and more productive employees in a proactive environment. That sounds great, right? But how? With what? With simply 3 steps. With Fractal One, our software maintenance. And let me tell you, there is just more software. It's a comprehensive asset maintenance platform that helps organizations with tracks efficiently and maintain their assets. We offer all the functionalities with predictive maintenance, work order management, inventory control, and reporting, making it a valuable tool for optimizing maintenance operation and improving asset performance. Built with a mobile-first philosophy, that means all the potential of our web platform, you will have it in our mobile application. Also, we offer IoT devices called Fractal Sense for sensor monitoring. And with the 3rd step, we have Fractal Hub. We create a unique formula to integrate information and data quickly and easily. Connect Fractal One with any platform, software, and ERP that your company may have. Let's redefine how we view maintenance. It's no longer just a cost center. It's a lever for profit, increasing the ROIs of our company upwards. Over 60% of the asset management software market lacks an efficient maintenance platform. The potential is immense. It's time for a shift in perception. Maintenance can be a game changer for profitability. Behind every successful product, it's a dedicated team, individuals who work tirelessly to bring this innovation to life. Not only is always about the technology, it's about the people who make it happen. Here, we spotlight our leadership in the asset management space, highly rated across top software platforms. Even this is simply a commitment that we offer, and we are committed to offer only the best. As we navigate the map, you can clearly see Fractal's growing global influence. We have presence across all the regions with dedicated Fractal offices, partnership in more than 15 countries, e-customers in more than 30 countries. We are growing our footprints global, mainly focused on SMBs, but here's the things. Global corporation also choose us, and that's because we are easy to use and set up. That's the reason Fractal One has more than 30,000 users in more than 1,500 different companies. But this is true, where you can clearly see our stronghold is in Latin America, and we are now making a significant stride in Spain and across Europe. And I'm here today seeking a strategic partner who shares our vision and can help us solidify our standing in the European market even further. So in conclusion, Fractal isn't just another tool in the market. We consider ourselves as catalysts of change, leading the disruption in the asset management solution world. So I will ask you a last favor. And when you think the new era of maintenance, please think Fractal. Thank you.
Thanks, Edimar. Do we have any questions? No? No? Okay, so thanks everyone. We finished our first round.
Thank you very much. So let's continue with the program. At this part, we have made a little break so you can switch over. We will continue with the pitches after this part. This is this discussion round. We will invite the VCs on stage in order to tell us all their secrets. No, the moderator will make the questions. So it's an honor for me to introduce our moderator of the next panel. She is Mariana Berenstein. She is the CEO of a consultancy company with a huge knowledge about deep tech, not only in Argentina, but also in Chile. Mariana, join me on the stage. So maybe, of course, I don't have the time to explain how great you are, so maybe it's not necessary? Okay, so you won't tell how great you are? Not yet. Okay, no worries. So I will give over the mic, and you will introduce the roundtable. Thank you.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Sorry, I had a note. I just was flying all night. So this is kind of a thank you for inviting me to moderate this. I was raised as a scientist, and I was fighting for almost 20 years in technology transfer, trying to translate science-based projects into the society. And we were claiming that VCs had a pivotal role for doing that. And I'm happy to see in the last 5 years that this is coming true. We're seeing a booming of startups like the one that we're just listening, and congratulations to you all for these great presentations. So I'm happy to moderate this panel today, where we're going to explore what are the opportunities and the challenges between Germany and Latin America for innovation and investing in deep tech startups. So we have an incredible panel of venture capitalists from Germany and from Latin America. Let me read the names because some of them are quite difficult for me. And please come into your seats when I'm calling you. So it's Francisca Contreras Vera, that is easy, from Chile Global Ventures. Where is Francisca? Hi, Francisca. Thank you for being here. So the next one is Klaus Hubner. Did I say it right? Hubner, sorry. So he's managing partner from Yaku Partners.
Yes.
Thank you for being here. Javier Cueto, CEO of Imagine Ventures LATAM. Hola, Javier. ¿Cómo estás? This is difficult. Friedhelm Schmidt, CEO of Finsight Ventures. Bueno. Easier. So Nick Parsons from Vertevis Capital. Hello. Hi, Nick. Thank you for being here. So, well, and me. Are you okay?
Don't die.
Okay. So thank you all for being here. So let's start for allowing you a short time to introduce yourself and give a brief overview of your BC to all of us, and then we have other specific questions for you. So who want to start?
Just make this round, right?
Okay.
Yeah, I can start. Yeah, I'm very happy to be here today. Thank you very much for the invitation. Friedhelm Schmidt is my name. I'm a founder by heart. I'm an entrepreneur by heart. So when I was listening to the pitches just a few minutes back, then it let me remind also of the time when I was standing on such panels and was giving pitches myself. I have an entrepreneurial background of 15 years now. Scaling buildings, scaling tech companies. I founded Finsight, which has become one of the biggest enterprise software companies, not only in, I can't say it like this, not only in Germany, but in Europe with a strong global footprint. And about 7 years ago, I started investing heavily into tech companies, with my own capital and with the second fund now, we have opened up also to very hand-selected co-investors. I would hand over to you now.
Thank you. Hi, well, I'm Javier Cueto. I'm today managing partner of Imagine Ventures. Imagine it started as an incubator and accelerator now 10 years ago. This is our month anniversary. So we have started with the support from Microsoft and from Corfo. We managed a first fund with public funds from Corfo, where we invested in 120 really early stage startups from prototype, idea level. And we built also all our mentors network, corporate services regarding a lot of open innovation. And today, from last year, we evolved, and also now we have the hat of venture capital. So we launched Imagine Ventures, which is our first VC firm, which is focused on pre-seed, early seed in Latin America. And we look for all the solutions regarding future of work and future of finance. And we also have launched this year Imagine Waves, which is more kind of acceleration program that has also funding, and it will be focused in different industry. We start with aquaculture, and the hope for the future years is tackling different industries as well.
Bueno, sigo yo. Muchas gracias. Buenos días. Guten Tag nach Deutschland. Thank you very much for the invitation. My name is Klaus Hübner. I'm the co-founder and managing partner of Yaku Partners. Yaku means water in Quechua. And we are a corporate finance platform that connects Latin America and Europe, supporting young, innovative companies with a tech and impact angle. How do we support them? We connect those companies from Latin America with European investors in the different stages. Why we're doing it? Because we think that there is a huge opportunity to combine smart money and their capabilities for Latin American startups that can support their growth, not only looking into Europe, but also internationally. Same thing we do the other way around, so we support young, innovative European startups that might have a deployment potential in Latin America, combining these companies with investors in the region. And furthermore, we also support them in their commercial development along with our partners. So we are a new boutique, strong with our partners, open, collaborative, and very happy to be here today.
Thank you. I'm really happy to be the only woman here. I hope that we have more in the future. I really know a lot of ones that are really good that can be here also. So it's an invitation for next time. My name is Francisca Contreras. I'm a Director of Innovation and Entrepreneurship Ecosystems here at Fundación Chile. And in Fundación Chile, we have different areas and initiatives. We have a venture capital area that our fund is clean. We are now in follow-on stages, so we are trying to build a new fund that you're going to see a little bit more in the afternoon. Also, we have a corporate venturing area when we work with corporates and startups to help them grow and validate their technologies. Also, we have a Angels Investor Network, is the oldest one here in South America. And we also have a mentors area, so we have like a small ecosystem here inside, and we're really happy to have you all here in our house. I'm also a biotechnology engineer, so I'm a scientist also. So thank you for inviting me, and I hope that we can talk a little bit more about deep tech startups.
Excuse me. Thank you and good morning. First of all, I should tell you who I'm not. I'm not Oliver Haas. Oliver, my colleague, has been unavoidably delayed, and I believe his plane is touching down any time soon. So very, very shortly, he'll be with us here in Santiago. As will become abundantly clear, I'm stepping into his role. I'm wearing the substitute shirt. And as I say, as will become very clear, I haven't done this presentation for him before, but I'm very happy to speak on his behalf. I work for Vertavis Capital Partners. We're a German private equity impact fund. And I want to tell you a bit later on during the course of today how we are investing and what we're looking to do. You might find it very odd that an Englishman is here on stage representing a German company speaking to Germans. Well, in fact, it would be far too easy to have a German telling other Germans how wonderful Germany was. And I think this external perspective is actually very, very useful. English people generally don't speak very well of Germany. I am the exception to that rule. I used to run research at Commerzbank many years ago. I've got a great affinity with the country, and I've got deep admiration for everything that it's achieved. And so I'm very happy to be here explaining to you today how I think that the strengths of Germany can be allied to the strengths of Germans within the region, and hopefully give you a more international perspective than one that might be just the purely domestic one that you're perhaps most expecting. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Nick. I didn't want you to say that you were not Oliver. Yeah.
Sorry, my name is Nick Parsons. Sorry, thank you. That's the least important.
Thank you, Nick. So as you can see, some of them, like, we are not ending in venture capital because we were raised to be venture capitalists or investors. It's like the end. It's like something that needs to happen for something to happen and to come true. That's what I believe. So that's the story of most of you here, sitting here. So my first question to you is, some of you already give a glimpse on that, is what are you seeking when you're seeking for startups? Not only meaning if you're agnostic or looking for a specific sector or a specific stage, but if it's a specific attribute for that startup for you to look for them and decide to invest in them. So we go the other way around? Okay.
Go the other way, I get back to back. Thank you. We don't specifically invest in startups. We're more late-stage venture. Because our background is private equity. What we're looking for is a very short route to profitability, because we think profitability is itself going to deliver sustainability. There can be no sustainability without profit. And so we're really at that stage of the corporate structure and the corporate lifespan rather than the early stage or angel or VC capital. And we think that there's a place for everyone within that chain. And we come to this somewhat later, but we think it's for others who are better placed to assume that risk and have got more experience and have got perhaps more comfort in it. And I'm very, very interested to hear how my fellow panelists actually do address that. But we are late-stage venture capital with a very, very short road to profitability, because that, after all, is traditionally what PE exists to do. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that besides all the normal things like innovation, scalability, and things like that, we are focused today in trying to find startups that can solve like big challenges for the humanity. I totally agree with Nick. about the sustainability and climate change area. So we really think that the deep tech startups are the ones that can solve these like really complex challenges. So we are now working in different initiatives that I think that we are really trying to change a little bit about the investment that we did in the past. So we are trying to focus more on deep tech and try to help them to grow. And I think that it's a big project that we have, but we really want to build like Chile, in Chile, a new attraction pole for deep tech startups in Latin America. And I think that we really need to use our territory and our industries that we are like really known worldwide as mining and now energy and other things. So I think that these are the two main areas, deep tech startups and climate change sustainability.
Yes, from my perspective, a couple of things. I mean, what are we looking for? If you look at LATAM startups and Europe, one thing it's very interesting is the bootstrapping, the level of mature that some of them have. It's not only an idea, it's not only a pitch deck and a PowerPoint and the intention to raise capital and make a very, very swift exit. Yeah. But they have already clients, they have traction, they have revenues, they are bootstrapping. So they have also an operational experience, which is quite relevant. That's what we have seen in Latin America, which is not, let's say, always the case in Europe. And that might be also very attractive for European venture capitalists to invest in LATAM startups. That's one thing. The other thing is, obviously, the kind of startups we're looking for are those where we can add value. And how can we add value is bridging that gap with the European VCs, and in particular in those sectors where there is a very strong expertise being built up in Latin America, like in the fintech field, like in the biotech and deep tech, in particular deep tech where there is an applicability to in Europe. So there are solutions with some traction already here in Latin America that can be deployed in Europe, and where we can help them with the local ecosystem.
Yeah, I will say to complement, we are, besides probably the stage and the thesis, we are looking, and I'll say something that's really characteristic from Latin America, as you mentioned, it's a little the ambition and the like global vision that the entrepreneurs have, because at the end here, like if you're just thinking in Chile or just thinking in Peru or just thinking Uruguay, you're not gonna have a really like high profile startup. So I will say like in the DNA of the entrepreneurs here in Latin America, you have this regional vision at least from the beginning, which I will say it's a little different what happens in Europe. I remember with Pamela, we went to Munich a year ago, and yeah, like even the VCs is just Germany. Like you don't find a VC here that says just Chile. Like a VC here will say at least LATAM. So I think that's something really characteristic of what we are looking for, like entrepreneurs that have that. It doesn't need to be in LATAM. It could be a startup that want to go run away to Europe or to the US or to Asia. And I think something really relevant that we are looking now is the concept of future. And that's why we talk about our thesis about future of work or future of finance. It doesn't need to be high tech, it could be digital, but you can be thinking about things that are not being solved now. Not just I'm going to do like digitalize a process because the first was manually, okay, but like anyone else could digitalize as well. So trying to like those entrepreneurs that are thinking ahead, like trying to find that kind of blue ocean strategy. And also for us, the concept of diversity, it's something that we want to like highlight a lot. Now we are part also of Diversity VC, which is more than a gender equity. It's like think about like the whole concept of diversity, because that has also huge impacts at the end in the performance of the startup, and that's something that we want to look forward and work more.
I personally like to make my world very easy, and I'm looking at mainly three things. And number one is I love it when tech for the business model is the primary enabler, or maybe the only enabler. That's what I love about deep tech solutions, because that's a strong predictor for scalability. Then unlike, for example, Nick, I'm a very early stage investor. I sometimes even co-found companies, right? And in this early phase, you cannot assess much about the market. And the biggest predictor for success in this field is really when you have a very strong founder. And I prefer very experienced founders, ideally in the B2B or enterprise niche, that have found a solution that is maybe overlooked by the market, still very manual, but something where you can create an edge just by digitizing it, just by throwing tech at it. And the third thing that I'm really looking for, and that's a bit of a derivative of the second point, is I really like, or I love what I call high value, high volume solutions, right? When the ticket size, so the revenue that you do is high ticket, and at the same time, the frequency of your sales is also high. But this is rarely the case, so I rather sacrifice on the volume, right, so that you do less sales, because that's something that together we can scale, but I would not sacrifice on the value. So it should be high value, high ticket size.
Thank you. Well, it's very interesting to see that we have ventures at different stages. And most probably you're very familiar with the different stages of investing, but we always need someone up there to handle the project if we do the things right. So I'm happy to find different stages here, and for what you say, Klaus, this is something that we need to take into consideration, that the venture funds are not only bringing money, but they're bringing operational help, business help, networking, so thank you for bringing that up. And my next question, I don't know how easy that would be to answer for you, and I was gonna split it in two, like probably asking Javier and Francisca, why do you think, and maybe you, Klaus, also, because you were talking about Latin American founders, why do you think that international VCs, what they are looking for in Latin American founders, and for you, German VCs, what do you think that international VCs are looking in German founders? So, whatever, first, Javier?
Okay, thank you. No, it's an interesting question because I think when we see Latin America and we saw it last year, I think there is not about like much knowledge about Latin America in general. When you go to talk with VCs and private equity in Europe, I will say probably after 2021, when we had this peak of investment in Latin America, that Latin America started to like appear on the map of venture capital with like more power. But yeah, it looks at the beginning like completely different markets, and when you start go deeper, you see that there is not such a huge difference, and there is areas where you actually can collaborate. I do agree that there are areas probably where Germany will be much more advanced than here, and probably the add value will not be such of a difference, but there is always other areas, especially as we've discussed in energy, a lot of natural resources, climate tech, where you do find a lot, and also a lot in the part of probably digital transformation. When you look at more in the future of work part, you see that there is areas there where you can look, but and what Klaus mentioned before, I think something that also highlight a lot, and not also in Europe, when you talk with VCs in the States, is like, yeah, when here you see a pre-seed stage round, the startups have revenue. They have a product developed, they have at the beginning raised capital with family, fools, friends, angels, and when they go there, or if they don't have revenue, they already have a product, they have pilots. And that's something from a VC from Europe, it's hard to like, because for a pre-seed you have to believe in the PowerPoint and in the team, and that's all. So I think that there is more chances for them to, because the first probably hypothesis is way too risky to invest in Latin America. But when then you start doing a double click, they say, well, probably it's not that much of a difference. And yeah, and of course, if you are from Europe, you will be looking for startups that have, of course, the possibility to scale into that market. And I think, of course, that's, in my way, will be probably a little more like necessary. Like if they're just looking for LATAM, probably the match will be harder. But I do find that there is a lot of options to collaborate in that way.
Yeah, besides the technical aspects that Javier said, I think that the soft skills that Latin America has are really something that it's amazing. Latin Americans are fighters, are survivors. I think that this is really an aspect that the European guys see, and it's like this guy or these girls wants to really eat the world, and he can do anything that they want. So I think that this, like, Latin America push and energy, it's really an important thing to be convinced to make an investment.
Sorry, because I think it's super interesting what you guys were saying, and maybe all due respect, I would like to also answer the question from a European standpoint. What are we looking for in Latin American companies? And I think, of course, I mean, as an investor, you want to buy in affordably, right? So you don't want to pay too much, and at the same time, you want to de-risk as much as possible. And I think already from that viewpoint, Latin American startups are very, very interesting. And especially this point of, you call it a bit frugality, right? So what is possible with the small amount of money that I'm equipped with here as a Latin American founder, and what great things can I achieve with that? And that is incomparably to what we see in European startups, right? And also here for me, actually, it's three things that I'm looking for. And we already mentioned scalability, right? I think in a fragmented market in Latin America, where most of the countries share the same language, I think what we're looking for is proof that you were able to scale at least throughout the Latin American market. That, number one. Number two, and that is basically summarizing of what we said previously, for me, is adaptability. You need to have shown this survivor mentality, right? You need to have shown that with what has been given to you, where you were able to create something, you were able to adapt to the local circumstances within the fragmented market space, because this is a very strong predictor of what your capabilities are for global expansion, right? And number three, and I think that was not mentioned here, but that is for me very, very important, is social impact. And with many of the pitches that we have seen, I think almost all of them, you have proven to do something to positively create social impact for your community, for your country, for your region. And I haven't mentioned that, but I'm half Peruvian myself, and I can really say we have a lot of social problems in South America and LATAM that we need to solve. And I think that would be, if, from a European standpoint, like the cherry on top of the cake, to say, hey, with all the great scalable and adaptable business models that you show, you're also able to create a social impact for your community.
Just well, actually, you were taking some of the points I wanted to comment, but no, just to reinforce, I think what, I mean, and as we're reiterating these points, just to mention that, I think we're doing a lot of educational process in Europe, because all these things are not really known by many VCs. Yeah? And that's part of building that bridge. They do not really see all these cases, the impact, the definition of impact in Europe or in Germany is somehow very closely related to climate change and energy transition. And you talk about impact, the way it really helps, you know, people in their inclusion, in their development in many different areas, not only related to energy. So I think that's very important to have that understanding that impact is broader than what we think typically in Europe. That's one thing. The second thing is, again, educational, making sure that they understand opportunities. And it's super important, and they see that the investment case is actually, they not only need less money than comparable companies in Europe. You can have a very good business case, getting into young, innovative companies in Latin America, bring them to Europe or the US, and go to the next step. So there is a natural pickup, if you will, there. And thirdly, I think that there is an angle too for European startups to come to Latin America because of the attractiveness of the market. It's, let's put it in that you mentioned the two views, no? And that's something also quite interesting to partner with. I mean, we learned yesterday the programs from Corfo and Startup Chile, you know, to support Chile as a hub for the Latin American region. Super interesting also for companies to tackle the Latin American market.
Yeah, I mentioned at the start that I was going to try to bring kind of an outsider's perspective to this discussion. It's perhaps fortunate that Her Excellency the Ambassador has already had to leave because there are a couple of points I would just like to make. And first is that Germany has recently made two big strategic bets which really haven't worked to its advantage. One of the first strategic bets was to take its energy from Russia. That didn't work out terribly well. And the other was to have China as its major export partner. And that also hasn't worked out terribly well at the moment. So you can kind of understand Germany's nervousness, if I could put it that way, about international expansion and its international operations. And I think what's fascinating about the potential links between Germany and Latin America and Chile in particular is that there are industries which are tangible. There are industries to which it can relate. There are industries to which it's got connection. And there are industries where Germany's traditional strengths can actually work together in partnership. And I think perhaps in some ways a less ambitious Germany is going to be something that is particularly of benefit to this region because Germany might well have some slightly different forward goals than those that it's had over the last 20 or 30 years. And I think we're very, very well placed to be building new bridges, to be sharing those technologies, to bringing the sheer energy which I detect in this room and elsewhere from the startup community and bring that to Germany to help Germany become a better place as well as to help LATAM become a better place. But I think we have to place this in the context of recent German experience to help understand some of its perhaps nervousness. And if we can build on those bridges and we can bring people and we can connect, then I think that there's a really, really positive future. But it's got to be in those areas which are tangible, understandable, and where there are genuine partnerships to be built. And I think there's a lot that we can actually do together.
Thank you. Well, I'm very happy to validate two things here, that we are interesting for external VCs, and the second one, well, much of you are young here, but years ago VCs say, how much money are we going to make from this? And now you're saying how much impact and what social impact are we going to have from this? So I'm very happy to listen to that, and that's very important. So the other question is, when we are looking for, if we investors, we know that we need to really find the project that give us back, or get the impact, or give us back at least the money of the fund for the LPs, because we had to pay the LPs at some point, right? So that means that we need to go and look for the best ones everywhere. So my question is, and I have another thesis, and I think you will agree with that, that if you make a good sourcing of projects, then you would probably de-risk your venture fund. You would de-risk in the sourcing, you would de-risk in the due diligence, and you would de-risk in the building. But the sourcing is certainly very important. So going to the question is, where do you source for project geographically? And if you have some, well, you talk about LATAM, but if you have some preference, and you answer about LATAM, but other preference or what you're looking for. So I see you like with
well, yeah, I will say, of course, every VC has to have a thesis. So it's at the beginning, it's hard to say I will look for startups everywhere, because then you have this kind of quality that you need of in your sourcing process. So, for example, at least for us, it's focused on Latin America. So it's just not focused in Chile. We are looking everywhere. But as I mentioned, those startups don't need to have LATAM as a market. I mean, we are completely open. Like the target market could be anywhere. But like the initial starting point, or where they validate more, at least for us, is LATAM, because also we do have the knowledge and we do have the partners. And taking up on that about the importance of the sourcing, at the end, like for you to build like a good VC firm or everything, you need good network, you need good partners, and that's something that you build over time. So in our case, as we started as an incubator, accelerator within 10 years, we've been able to attract, without doing like a lot of marketing, a lot of good startups and good deal flow, because we have built these relationships like all over the years. And I think that's something really valuable, because at the end, when you also do a lot of co-investments and you start talking with your other partners, your other VCs, you start also to share, because they know what you're looking for, they know what is your thesis, and those, like when you receive a recommendation for a good VC, hey, I want to invest in this one, for us, all this due diligence process and everything just go faster, and you put more attention because you know that someone that you respect and is good is doing that. And I will say that also what we are looking now with all regarding the impact part and everything is, at least for us, our vision is not to be obsessed with the unicorns. At the end, is to be obsessed with having good startups that at the end, you, instead of having one that pays for an entire fund, well, why don't you have a couple that between those you get a good return and you make a good impact? So I will say, like, especially in early stage, like losing that obsession of being a unicorn of it, it's not good. I think that's also for us at the end, we are in our sourcing process, we're like, okay, can we have good startup with good valuation, but actually that can be sustainable over time rather than just looking for a number. And that also helps you to de-risk. And that's also a strategy that we are looking a lot in the sourcing part.
Yes, shall I continue? Well, we're a bit different, as we are not strictly a VC, you know, but we're connecting startups with VCs, not only with VCs, also with corporate venture capital, with family offices, which are quite relevant in Germany. And by the way, it's very interesting because they have typically a very solid industrial background. So the mindset behind is pretty much aligned with deep tech, and more disruptive solutions as well, so long-term oriented. And I think that's very important when looking at the cases we receive, or when talking to, that we identify those cases where we see a higher probability of getting the right money from the right people, and doing that, adding value. In terms of geographical scope, we started with Brazil and Chile for very simple reasons, because I'm basically Chilean, or German-Chilean, Chilean-German. So it's basically coming from the network in Brazil, because one of the partners grew up also in Brazil, and we were there. And there is a very interesting ecosystem in Brazil. By the way, it's not part of the this LATAM scope. Very interesting, but very complex as well, from a country perspective, but also very interesting VCs in Brazil that are also impact-driven. They're looking for opportunities outside of Brazil. And do not necessarily know the opportunities that are available, for instance, in Chile, Peru, Colombia, Argentina, Uruguay. And that bridge is also within Latin America quite necessary. So I would say basically those startups where we see the potential of helping them with our contacts in Europe, with our network. And yeah, and basically, again, impact is not, or the impact component is not a contradiction with the profitability aspect. I think that's very important to make it very, very clear. And secondly, again, it's an educational process where getting into a startup in Latin America with a low round, let's say, in terms of the money they are seeking, with an interesting valuation, offers very interesting opportunities in the development of the company. So that's also important for us.
Thank you. For us, I think that for our fund, we have some restrictions because we were like supported by Corfo, so we need to do our investment in Chile. In some cases, some companies have also operations in LATAM, but we're really always looking in LATAM, and we, as Javier said, we recommend to other VCs and other partners like great startup that maybe we can't invest, but we think that they are really good. But on the other side, we have the corporate venturing area where we not invest, but we connect them with corporates to, I don't know, make a test of their technology, do some, I don't know, I hope to buy the technology or maybe invest also. So we do this process and we look worldwide. So we have been supported some projects in, for example, startups in the States that come here and do a test in, for example, Cencosud or, I don't know, CCU, like big companies. So we really look like worldwide, but for investors now are funded solely in Chile.
Yeah, we're 100% impact investor, but we're raising money for our first fund. Our first fund has to invest exclusively in the German-speaking regions of Western Europe, Austria, Luxembourg, Germany, and so on. We do, in order to build our reputation and to build our credibility, we have to deliver those returns in our home market. But for future funds, we see significant opportunity here in the region and elsewhere, not least because for every dollar or every euro that you spend, you can actually have more impact. Labor is cheaper, land is cheaper, cumulatively you can have more impact, and there are arguably greater social and environmental problems that are still to be solved. The truth is that the incremental impact that we're going to have by investing in Bavaria is actually quite small. Because, of course, it is already so very, very well developed. It is also already so wealthy and so prosperous. And a lot of the energy transformation and transition has already taken place or is in later stages. So we see tremendous prospects here from an impact perspective. But if we go to our German-based investors first and say, here's what we're going to do, we're going to raise money from you to be an impact investor in the built environment or the energy transition, and they go, yes, and we're going to do it in Latin America. Yeah, okay, come back and let's have a chat next year. So we first of all have got to demonstrate success and to show, as was just mentioned here, that there is no conflict between doing well and doing good, and that you can actually be an impact investor and make positive returns. We've got to demonstrate that in our home market, and then once our investors are convinced by that, and they've seen the experience of their own eyes, and they've looked at the returns that they're making, then we can take that externally. But I think it would be one leap too far for the market that we're seeking to address to jump straight away into LATAM or elsewhere, because I think we have to take our investors with us or we risk losing them. And I think we do have to remember that although we're trying to be urgent and that we're trying to move as far as possible, you can't leave your investors behind. You've got to take them on that journey, and that's really what we're trying to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Nick. Very good point. We're changing business models also for venture funding, so we need to de-risk and show what we're doing. So my next question, you probably answered part of that in terms of what you think are the opportunities for Latin America in terms of investing, but then let's go to the second part of the question, which is, which do you think are the challenges for investing in Latin America, which of course there are a lot, some, but let's go through that. Do you want to go first?
Sure. Yeah. Well, as sometimes in the world, the challenge and the opportunity are very close together, and I think it's also the case is also the same here. Latin America, from a European standpoint, is a totally overlooked market. So I personally, I'm being presented more potential business opportunities in Africa, for example, than I'm presented in Latin America. I think that's the case for whole Europe, maybe with the exception of Spain and Portugal. But for the rest of Europe, that is definitely the case. LATAM is just not a very close continent to us, speaking from a European standpoint. I mean, not for me personally. And I think that brings a big opportunity because it's overlooked, right? The multiples are still on a valuation where you say it's very attractive to go into this market. The competition with other VCs is quite low. But at the same time, you have, of course, difficulties in explaining what is really the investment thesis behind it. And I think when looking at what are the relevant players that have actually seen or do share that vision, then, yeah, for example, with Klaus sitting here, we already have, yeah, united quite of these thought leaders in this field, at least and for Germany. But Klaus, maybe I would give directly to you because I think your view is also very relevant in this aspect.
Yeah, thank you. No, that's and back to the question. I think that one thing is perception. It's more about perception than anything else. Just to put in an example, I was attending the biggest Latin American conference in Germany last Thursday and Friday before flying to Chile. And it's all typically about Latin America being the producer of raw materials to be delivered to Europe, and Germany being the exporter of maschinen, the machinery, which is, I mean, the classical approach, So one delivering technology and the other one delivering the raw materials, copper and lithium, which are required for the energy transition and everything else. And that is a very traditional way of thinking. And I think it's still very embedded in many that they think and tend to believe that Latin America is A, far away, B, they don't know what's going on there in terms of innovation, the potential in the cases. Thirdly, there are not that many unicorns, and those that are known are very much related to e-commerce and more closely perhaps from a rationale to the US than to Europe. And this is a kind of perception thing. But when you start talking to them, saying, look, I mean, Latin America, we're talking about 670 million people that share, except of Brazil, the same language. They are very similar in the way of thinking. And actually, they're very similar to Europe, and that's what Nick was saying. We're talking about like-minded people, and it's pretty much easier to jointly construct a business. I mean, it's a partnership. The venture capital, the investor with the startup. It's a long-term relationship, if you will. So it's very important to put that into context that we share a lot of things, but we need to make sure that they understand the opportunities they have here in Latin America. So it's an educational process, again and again, and show the opportunities, make sure that they understand that if there are some obstacles, like, well, Latin America is riskier. Well, I mean, look at some other countries that were supposed to be not that risky and became risky suddenly, or not that suddenly. Latin America is a volatile continent, yes, but I mean, except from some exceptions, I mean, there are democracies. So I think that there is a strong argument to invest in the region, and if someone says, well, but the recipient of the equity has to be a European or US company, well, that's easy to solve out. So, I mean, let's try to look into solutions to bridge that gap and push that forward. Yeah.
I was thinking about the things that you were saying, and I'm not sure what is first. Like, if we need more money to do more things and to show more the capabilities that we have, because we are doing a lot with, I think that not much money here in Latin America. We doesn't have like too much like the facilities and the access to money that have, for example, in the States or Europe. And also we don't have like the facilities that they have. We also have the infrastructure that the other countries have. So I think that maybe a challenge for us is try to do more with so much less resources than others. And I think that maybe we need the money from the other guys to do it. So if not, how we're going to do it? We need to put, I don't know, to have more money from our state, or we need to have more money from people that are like philanthropists or guys that want to put money here for us to grow more. So I don't know, it's a little bit complex because what is first? I think that on the other side, this is an opportunity because for the funds, they know that we have the capabilities, we have the knowledge, we have the experience, but we need more money to grow and show and get bigger and show like the whole potential of Latin America. And recently we launched a study here, the Deep Tech study, the new wave that was doing by Surfing Tsunamis and IDB Bank and a lot more of guys. In that study, we saw that we have in Latin America almost 300 startups that are deep tech startups, so it's a lot. And in Chile, we were like the first one per capita. focus, for example, in biotech. So we have the knowledge, we have the scientists, and I think that we only are lack of resource. So I think that some German guys need to be the first one to invest a little bit more here. Thank you. Or not, Nick?
Thank you. You're looking at me when you say German guys. It's all my fault. I have learned that. I've been married twice, and I know that everything is my fault. I'm not even from the European Union, that's correct, yes. I think the point I would make here is that the world has changed dramatically over the last 4 or 5 years. You know, we look at where inflation is, we look at what's happened to public debt, we look at what's happened to public finances, not just here in Chile, but also globally. And I think increasingly it's becoming the case, and clearer, that the solution doesn't lie with government. The solutions are going to lie with the private sector. Now, the private sector is going to have these solutions on a smaller scale, and I think that is really one of the great sources of opportunity here, because private capital will flow where it is, irrespective of national boundaries. Private capital will flow where it can deliver the best, most cost-effective solutions. And I think in some ways, the fact that governments are going to have to step aside, because no longer can we print money without worrying about the consequences, the fact that governments are going to have to take a step back, that the world has changed dramatically over the last 3, 4, 5 years, does mean that the private sector is going to have to take the initiative, and private sector money will always find private sector solutions. And I think we should just have more faith in that than perhaps we've had over the course of the last couple of decades. And I think there's a really positive future when you look at the vibrancy, you look at the will, and you look at the clear capabilities that there are to bring this together. I think we can start on a smaller scale than perhaps we might have wished 5, 10 years ago, but I still think the solutions are very much within our grasp. And I do think we're going to see more and more cross-border cooperation, because like-minded people will find like-minded people, and together they will develop solutions which are going to be better for everybody. So it's going to be a different process to one which we might have envisaged a decade ago, but I think it's got enormous potential, and I think there's really a great deal to do, and I'm very positive about it.
Javier, no, you need to finish.
No, yeah, I will be short because I think that they've said everything. But I do agree that at the end, I think that the biggest challenge, it is like the educational part. And at the end, I feel it's kind of a marketing PR issue because like they don't know us, so we need to be known. And I think like tackling that, I do agree that the private sector, because at the end, when you see the agenda of the state, it's like it's one of 1,000 things that are trying to do at the same time. So like, it's not going to be a priority, unlikely. So at the end, I think like these kind of events, these kind of actors is what we need to do more. Like, because it's going, I mean, we've been doing it for a while, but it's when you do it more frequently, when they start to hear more, when they get 8 invitations, they have said no to 8, probably in the 9th they will say yes, because okay, if something's going on, like if I'm getting like 10 events with Latin America, with Chile, something is going on there. And I think at the end you can, all these biases or things they like, because usually you said before about like Latin America, the political instability, economical instability, well, Europe is in war, Middle East is in war, like democracy is in danger everywhere. So at the end, like now you don't like all those kind of prejudice that you had with Latin America. At the end, it's something similar happening there. So at the end, I think that allows for looking for opportunities. And today, I really think like if we start doing more things together regarding this sector, because when we try to talk really broad, not cooperation between the EU and Latin America, yeah, probably in the list of priorities not going to be #1. So we need to do as a sector of the venture capital, in the corporate venturing part, and on all of that, more connections, and trying to make this educational gap smaller and smaller and smaller. And I think that has to be the first step, but I feel that it needs to have a lot of focus and intensity and frequency, because if we do this once a year, it's gonna take 5 years probably to get something. If we do this constantly, probably in 2 years we can have results. So I think that's the challenge, like make things faster, not just to wait that eventually something will go on.
Thank you. And we have seen an exponential change in the last 5 years, so I'm positive, and like you say, and I think all of what you have just said, just a resume with we have quite an immature ecosystem, but not only, and you're the director of ecosystem and innovation, something like that, so you pretty much understand, and that's what you're saying, but it's not only money, it's like the help with people from abroad and knowing what we are lacking. Like when you know that you don't have something and you realize that you don't have it, then you know what's next and what you need to do. So I think that, yeah, I'm pretty much positive. We had another question, but we're not going through that now. They say that we need to close. So thank you very much to all of you, the panelists. I think that we have a bright future ahead. And I think that this bright future is going to be probably a lot due to the help of this venture capital industry. So thank you very much, and thank you very much, you all.
Thank you also from my side, please. We are going into the coffee break, but we would like to take a picture. So 1 minute, please. So we have a break. You are allowed to go outside to have a nice coffee and come back afterwards. To all the audience online, we will shut down only 20 minutes, but we will be back. So thank you. See you in 20 minutes. Rodrigo. ¿Aló? 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 ¿Se escucha? ¿Aló? ¿Sí? Yeah. Hi, everybody. We are going to start again, so they cannot hear me at all. Hello. So everybody's having a nice coffee outside. So dear audience online, we are trying to get them all into the room. Please have patience. We will continue with the pictures. So maybe the ladies there can help me, like inviting everybody in. That would be great. Thank you very much. I will invite you again to sit in the front, Nick and Sadia. So maybe you can make yourself comfortable. But I sit next to you, so I will join you. Can you take also your back so somebody can sit there? Thanks a lot. Come in, please. We are going to continue. Hi, everybody. Are you there? Hi, nice to see you. So you are online, so just you can say hello to Germany over there. We will start in a few minutes. Thank you for your patience. I know. Thank you. Okay, let's go outside and help the people. Valentina, can you help me to get everybody in? Because we started the transmission. Thank you very much. So, dear audience online, thank you for your patience. We are a little bit delayed, as you already noticed. So we apologize for that, but we will keep up in the coming minutes. We will try to catch the time. So we are trying to get everybody in because the networking outside, just so that you have an idea, outside we have a networking cafe. The coffee is very good. The networking space is also very good, so nobody wants to enter, but we have to get going. Please have a seat, dear guests. We are already transmitting. Dear all audience, we are already transmitting. Welcome. We are already transmitting. I will introduce you, so no worries. Please have a seat. We are already transmitting. Please have a seat. We're going to start with the next pitch round. So let me see if we at least have the ones that are going to pitch. Yes, bioelements over there. So that's good. So Friedhelm, I will invite you again to sit in the front. I would like to invite Francisca and Javier to sit in the front next to Nick. If they're still here. So could you help me closing the door because we're going to start? Please close the door. We're going to start. Javier, you're invited to sit in the front next to Nick. Klaus, in the front, please. Javier, next to Nick, here in the front. Just to have you identified, I think it's good that everybody knows who is investing. Have a seat. So, okay, so we will going to continue with the program. You already have the booklets where you can find it. Dear audience online, you can find the program on the website. You scroll down and you will see the program with all details, but we have a delay of 10 minutes, I hope not further than that. So it's my honor to introduce to you one of our great partners, which is Universidad de Chile. I have standing next to me Gaspar Morgado. Gaspar Morgado is the Vice Director for Technological Innovation. I think I got it right. And he will be moderating our next pitch session. So Gaspar, are you ready? Yeah, great. So the stage is yours.
Thanks, Pamela. As university, we are delighted to be here co-sponsoring this event.
As you might know, our university is devoted to carry out innovation and technology development. Actually, we have pretty good relationship with several German companies, as well as we have transferred technologies and licensed out innovation based in science to different countries. Actually, I would say in roughly more than 20 countries around the world. And now we are focusing in helping deep tech startups to scale up and have the opportunity to meet with venture capital from Latin America, Germany, as well as other territories. So today, in the second round of pitching, we have 5 companies coming from Chile, Argentina, and Peru. So it's my great pleasure to invite the first one, BioElement. His founder, Ignacio Parada, will be carrying out the presentation. You know the conditions, right? 8 minutes? 8 minutes for the presentation and 2 minutes for the questions.
Guten Morgen, guten Abend. Hello, wie geht's? My name is Ignacio. I am the founder and CEO of BioElements. BioElements is a B-certified corporation, so that is also very important. You can follow us on here. So what do we do, basically? What's the problem? Everywhere in LATAM, including the US and many other places and countries in the world, it's a very poor waste. The waste that we are managing the waste is very poor. We are overconsumption of plastic and packaging, which is polluting the environments, our rivers, our oceans, and most of all, basically more than 90% of all the residues, including organic or inorganic residues, are ending up in a landfill. So what are the solutions that we can find today, right? So always talking about the 5 R's: refuse, recycle, re. This is not enough. Recycling is not enough. We need to find a better solution based on tech. So what do we do at BioElements? What if all the packaging that we use, all the paper, all the cardboard, all the plastic was actually bio? That's why we created the BioE resins, which we have today. And what we do is we create packaging that makes it biodegradable from 3 to 20 months, depending on the conditions where the packaging is going to end. This slide here has taken us more than 7 years of innovation and cooperation with different universities and labs across the US, LATAM. And this is based upon a principle of reality. Because we know what happens in Latin America, we know what happens in the US, and many, many countries, including Europe. 90% of it ends up in a landfill. Most of the residues end up in the ocean, the rivers, as I said. So we need to find a solution that is actually based on this reality. And what we do at BioElements is that we create biopackaging that is biodegradable in perfect conditions, such as a compost facility, but also in imperfect conditions, such as the ocean or the environment by the action of penicillium fungi, for example. This is really a very important slide for us because we have proven that we can make bioproducts that are biodegradable by the action of ubiquitous fungi in normal conditions. This is also very important because as we are based on biomass, we don't put more CO2 into the environment. So we capture CO2 from the environment and we put it up again and the biomass absorbs it through photosynthesis. So this is also very important because we have proven that our formulations reduce by to 60% the carbon footprint. So this is also very cool. How do we do it? Basically, we started in Chile, and now we're working in 6 countries around the globe. And we've partnered with great universities like the Universidad de Chile and many others across LATAM and the US as well as in Europe, to certify our products, to make them biodegradable, to test them. And that's what we are doing today. What have we done until now? More than 160 clients, more than $40 million in sales, more than 25 products developed, We raised Series A this year for more than $30 million. We're valued at more than $200 million, and we're selling in 6 different countries. Chile, the US now is our new, Brazil, Colombia, Peru, and Mexico. For us, I think Germany and especially Europe could be very, very interesting as well because of many environmental laws that are backing up these kind of new products and incentivizing these kind of new products that are growing fastly in this new tech idea. So I just wanted to share what we are what we do at BioElements and be part of our innovation, and thank you so much.
So, is there any question?
Thank you. Congrats. It's really, really interesting. My question is a little bit, since you've been working with partners in different countries, how is your go-to-market strategy? How it's going to be a little the focus thinking on the scalability part?
For example, what we did in Mexico or in Brazil. In Brazil 2 years ago, we opened the office. We got in touch with 2 universities in Brazil. We got our products to be certified. We adapted the formulations and the products to be biodegradable under the Brazilian context. And that was only 2 years ago. First year only making the testing and all the work with the universities and labs. And this year we're already selling more than $3 million in Brazil. So it's actually very easy plug and play. Until now, we've been growing exponentially because our product can be easily transformed the way that packaging usually is related. And we enter normally we enter in the retail areas, and then we try to go deeper into industrial scale. For example, in the other slide, there was a very cool image of some of the projects that we are doing. For example, with PepsiCo, we're using the scrap of their starch, of their Frito-Lay, and we're using that starch to make biodegradable bags for them. So now all the Quaker bags are based upon the 70% of the residue of the starch that PepsiCo was actually throwing away. So it's something that every big company is trying to do and trying to, I don't know, do something new about the packaging because they have these big issues, right? Not only with plastic, but also with carbon footprint is also very important as well.
Yeah. Oh, super exciting. And a quick question about Germany, because you showed one slide about Germany. And then you mentioned that you are already working with Austria, with the TÜV.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's your approach? What have you done with Germany already?
Well, until now, we've been working with OWDS in Belgium and TÜV in Austria to get our products to be certified, especially under 3 different regulatory systems, which is bio-based. So that means that a percentage of our finished products actually comes from biomass. This is very important for the CO2 and carbon footprint measurement. The second one is compost industrial, which means that our products can go to an industrial facility and be composted. And the other one is compost home, which means that you can compost that product in your place. But the reality and the good thing about the other universities and labs is that no one composts. That's the truth. So selling something compostable is like selling something that is potentially recyclable. So what we did is to try to make our products to be biodegradable under reality circumstances. That's why the partnering with the universities is so important.
More questions?
Thank you so much.
So now the stage will be for Ariel Chilkrut from CPD. Ariel, good luck.
Thank you.
Hello, hi. Thank you for having me here. So I'm Ariel Schilkrut. I'm one of the co-founders of Zipity, and we're an AI company and robotics focused on retail. And why retail? We started retail, I think it's an industry actually that's very similar how it operates all over the world. And actually it's not just all over the world, it's many years. For many years that's operated the same way. So in this slide here I have a first supermarket, was in 1918 in Piggly Wiggly. And you see a supermarket today and the way inside the store, how it operates, it's really very similar. There's been a lot of things and technology that has been applied into all the supply chain, and there's a lot of innovation there. There's the POS systems and the barcode, but since the barcode, there's, like inside the store, it's really hard to know what's really happening inside the store. And the problem is that this industry has really scaled, but it's operating without really knowing what's happening. And just in the US, there are 28,000 supermarkets. We have, each of these supermarkets have 33,000 SKUs. And that means on a daily basis, there are 28 billion products that move around. Sorry, over 50 billion products that move around without really knowing that are inside the stores, but we don't know exactly where that is. And what happens with that is that it creates a lot of problems in terms of inventory, the assortment, high labor cost, and it's different studies. They have estimated that worldwide this industry is losing more than $1 trillion every year because of the inefficiencies of the system. So what we're doing, and what we did is we developed this this robot that goes inside the store. Actually, that one is one in Germany that we just started in Germany in Obi. Yeah, it's a home improvement chain in Germany. And what this robot does is that it basically goes around and digitizes the store. So we have now a digital twin of the store. And basically that it solves a lot of problems in terms of making sure that the products are there, that the price is right, that the products are in the right position. And this is how it looks, the data, so we know exactly where every product in the store is. And this, we do it at a very large scale. We actually, I was just getting the numbers. On every day, we process over 2 million pictures, like very high resolution pictures that are going through these models, and we convert that into data. And so this is the data, and first application, it's giving this data to associates in the stores to make to tasks, that convert into tasks. And we're doing that, and this also gives you visibility in terms of what's happening in all your stores. So in terms of results, you can now understand, okay, what's happening in our stores, which stores are doing well, which stores are doing bad in terms of their operation. And this, at the end of the day, translates into more sales and better and less cost. That's basically it. And these are very big numbers. When you're talking about actually 1% increase in sales in a retail, that's a lot of money, and they operate with very low margins. So it's a very important, actually a very important driver. In terms of our model is a robot as a service model. So we basically provide the service. We don't sell robots. We're focusing in this in-store operations, but this data is also very important for the consumer packaged goods, and there are a lot of other applications that are coming. Just as a quick overview in terms of our current customers, we have been focusing in two segments, home improvement, where we are actually really probably the best known technology company for home improvement, where we're working. The largest one in the world, in the US, Sodimac, it's the one in Chile. It's actually one of the top 10 home improvements in the world. When you take Latin America, we're in all their stores. We're with the largest in Australia. We're just starting, as I said, with one in Germany, which we actually should have started a bit earlier. But if you know, in Europe, you require, if you have like a machine that's going out, with people and with associates, you need to have a lot of certifications, and so we got those CE certifications, so we are now there. And we have a very strong, actually, also a very, I would say, healthy pipeline. We have been in either closing contracts or in conversations with a lot of big companies. We are about 130 people. Most of them are here in Chile. Our headquarters in the US, but that's more a commercial part. So, but all the engineering, it's here, and we have a very strong tie with the universities. So we have fantastic engineers, and I think that's like a big advantage, that getting those levels of engineers to work for an application that's for retail, it's very difficult. We have closed about a year ago an A round for $12 million, valued at 100 million. Our revenues are around ARR, recurring revenue, around $7 million. And I think here it's interesting. It's the pipeline. When you see like the green is the customers that we already work with. It's not that we are in all those stores, but that's the potential of the customers where we are they're paying customers, either proof of concepts or pilots or test. And Europe, it's actually, and I think that's for us is a very, very interesting market. And we have been really putting a lot of effort to get there. And in terms of that, this is in terms of the potential revenue and the pricing that we sell the products of the pipeline. So we are, I think, in a very good path to growth, and we need to now be able to do it. Our belief is that this, once you see this operating it without this data, it's going to be impossible. So hopefully it's going to be us, but we believe that's going to be a robot in every store. It's a very huge market. In terms of the company, we're 3 co-founders. Okay, that's it. But so that's it. Thank you very much.
Gracias, Ariel. So, questions? Nick, Javier, Klaus, Fitchem?
Yes, firstly, congratulations. I mean, very excellent, excellent development, and it's impressive to see that you're already in Germany with a robot in Obi. It's not that, as you said, you know, with the CE, it's not that easy to navigate through the German bureaucracy. You know, we as Germans know it better than anyone. But congratulations. But what's your next step? I mean, you showed the commercial development, but from a technological perspective.
Yeah, no, that's a very good question. What we're seeing and the way the AI and robotics is evolving, and we're actually working with universities. We are actually developing. We have a lot of projects that we do as start as research projects, but I think there are a lot of labor. It's very hard to get by in Europe and in Asia and in the US, and a lot of tasks that are very routinary. So we believe, and what we're working is that, okay, this robot gives you information. I think the next generation of them are going to start doing things, helping replenish, making sure that the products are looking good. So they actually, the associates that you have in the stores go and serve the customer, which is I think where humans are good. So that's where we are. That's our goal and working, and we are actually. I didn't put these videos, but we have some things there that are very interesting. Yes, of course.
Okay. Yeah, you have to come over. Yeah, please. Name and question?
Nina Evil, thank you very much for your pitch. I was interested in the cost efficiency of your roboter because, like, assume since the robot needs to scan all items that get replaced, removed, shifted, it needs to be operated on a daily basis or almost on a daily basis. So, like, in terms of cost efficiency, like, how do you compare to the use of RFID tags? Because, like, is it more cost efficient to just have one roboter or, like, to put an RFID tag on every single item in the store?
Yeah, no, the thing is with the RFID, it sounds very good, and it sounds very good. I'm older than a lot of people here, so I was actually in the 2000s, so 25 years ago, everybody was thinking about RFID, and it really in certain like warehouses worked, but putting RFID in every product, and there are a lot of products where like physically, if like there's metal against metal, the signal is not good, but also in terms of the infrastructure that you need in terms of like reading, you need a lot of infrastructure to that for that to work. And the robot, it seems very complicated, but actually today our robots, we get to a new store, it takes 2 hours, somebody like driving around to map the store, and that's it. And then the robot, it's going by itself. So yeah, it goes out, but it charges the battery. So there's a cost because of the cloud and you're processing the images, but it's more like the fixed cost, and it's actually much easier than a lot of other solutions. And that's why we believe that the robot is the best way to capture that data, at least today.
Thanks. So now we have the startup Origino. I'm calling Nicolás Balestrini from Argentina.
Well, great, from Argentina, yes. Exactly. No, thank you. I could say it if not. Shall we start? Very nice. Well, thank you. I am Nico Balestrini, COO and co-founder of Origino. I will present Origino's blockchain-validated products. This is a true story. This is myself with 17 years old, and that was the day when I was diagnosticated with celiac disease. Nothing to worry, I only have to eat gluten-free products. I don't know if anyone else has an allergy, food allergy or whatever. Yes, a lot, I suppose, also celiacs. Well, and then you will understand. That was the day when I become a really professional, a specialist in reading labels of the products I had to eat. I needed to buy food, and then I needed to read from each one of the products I was going to buy at that time, all the labels, ingredients, the logos, most certifications, everything. And believe me, it was really confusing. For example, why can I not eat a hamburger if it's made of meat? I couldn't, a lot of hamburgers I couldn't eat. So time passed, a lot of years, and with my co-founder, we saw that I was not the only one. And not the allergic people also, they're not the only one. A lot of people want to know more about the products they are going to buy. They want to buy where does the product come from, the sustainability, and why are they sustainable, and also how was the manufacture process made. So we analyzed a supply chain and consumers' behavior, and we saw that 66% of the consumers are willing to pay 10% more for their products with more information. 40% of total consumers would change to other brands that show more transparency. And 9 of 10 millennials would change to a brand that has a better purpose as themselves. But supply chains today and brands are really far away of offering what consumers are needing. Less than 0.5 of commercial products can show the origin. And this is because the companies, they don't even know who are the secondary suppliers in the supply chain. About sustainability, less more. Information of sustainability only exists in ESG annual reports, and nobody access to them. And this is a really, really high risk to companies and brands. They can lose markets, and they can lose a lot of consumers. So we created Origino. Origino helps producers and brands to show the origin, traceability. We help also in compliance regulations, and to show also the sustainability process that has all the products in the manufacturing process. Do you imagine buying a lot of products with all the information on it? We can do it. So Origino, Well, Origino has mostly two core products. We tokenize and trace assets and suppliers in the supply chain to go from the producers until the consumers with the information. And we also have a really nice tree-friendly solution that helps companies to achieve or to show deforestation-free supply chain from the beginning until the consumer. We create this with blockchain. We tokenize each supply chain assets in each supply chain, of course, and we trace them from producer until the final consumer. How can we do this? We create NFTs for each minimal productive unit. So brands, when they will package their product, can add a QR, a simple QR in the products that shows all the information about certification, sustainability, how was the product done, and the origin. We work with incremental solutions because we saw that not many companies could achieve the complete traceability, so we can work with a QR eco-branding in labels that is the first step to show information in the QRs. This is an example how massive products can put and really use the QRs that are now in the products to show more information on them. It's a really simple step. We are working with the biggest fishery company in Argentina that export shrimps to United States to show the sustainability and where are they fishing the shrimps in the Argentinian Sea. This is a better example of meat that is being exported from Argentina to Europe, United States, Middle East, with the complete and full traceability. This is from the beginning in the manufacturing process until the final consumers, also the retail included in the QR information. We have competition, yes, a lot, and luckily. Some may track and trace solutions, others do compliance, help companies to achieve compliance. What Origino does is make everything in an all-in-one platform. We are the only one that can make everything in a ready-to-use also platform. We have competence that we have to work a lot in customization. We are really fast doing this. Our business model is very easy and simple. We are focused in B2B, high-value customers. These are producers, companies, brands that need to show more transparency or have compliance or regulation problems. And we get paid for consulting and customization, and later a pure SaaS subscription model, annually paid. We are a 5-member team. We have a huge background in supply chain, traceability, blockchain also. We work always with our investors, really great investors. We have an external team of advisors and really great partners as well. We are growing. We started in 2019 as an AgTech. Then we add the compliance and eco-branding solutions, and now we want to work and to add finance and insurance services for micro and small producers. We are with customers in Argentina, in Panama, in several different supply chains like cows, pigs, trees, and grains, for example. And we can open any new market in any supply chain in less than 3 months. Yes, the end. To achieve this, we have to, we are raising 400K, and we are spending it in marketing, a lot of marketing. We have to increase our teams, sales teams mostly, and to finance our current B2B operations. I will pass this. We're with great customers, and we're co-developing a product with the biggest grain future markets in Argentina, of course, but in LATAM also. And also we are developing a track and trace solution for wetlands, for example. So our technology is really, we can do whatever. We can track and trace everything. I will pass this. And this is the end. Let's take more for questions. Thank you very much.
So is there any question?
could
If you want
Javier?
Thank you. No, really good. I wanted to ask a little more about the technology and the differentiation. So at the end, your approach is to create more services. So you're a more comprehensive solution, or you also want to like tackle more like all the traceability in order to differentiate through the technology? And how is the implementation process with a client? Like how long it takes for them to get like full traceability of the process?
Yes, great. First question. We want to build more services, but traceability is the core of everything. If you don't have traceability, you don't have information, and if you don't have information, for example, we cannot activate the assets to give loans, sustainable loans, or insure the products. So we are working very hard in the core of traceability, but like adding third-party solutions of financial services, of insurances. So that's our go-to-market model. And about customers, it's really easy because we start working with, I don't know, a Group Arcor in Argentina, very big, and it's a 3 months customization and consulting model, because what do you want to trace, what do you want to show to the consumers, or why do you want to be more transparent? It's every supply chain and every actor is different from the other one. That's why it is very specific. But once you start, it's 2 months consulting and customization, and 1 month of developing the software, customization really in technology, and then it's a ready-to-use platform for anyone in the company, can track and trace, administrative, anyone. Thank you.
Okay.
Hi, thank you. Very good and interesting presentation. My name is Andres Aedo. I'm from Cordebex. We are a research center, and I'm specialized in blockchain as well. First of all, you're targeting Chile, right, in some time?
Yes, it's targeting Chile, yes.
Have you thought about, for example, the wine business?
Yes, wine, agriculture. I know someone here is from, well, you're from Imagine Waves. We have been in the challenge of Imagine Waves in agriculture. We are in the 15, not the 5 finalists. But yes, we in Argentina also with wine, because of the vegan wines mostly, they are like the top now, and we can do also there.
And are you building a private blockchain, or this is a public blockchain?
No, it's we had our private blockchain in the beginning, and as we want to work with finances and insurances, using our NFTs as a guarantee. We use the Algorand blockchain since 2 years. Algorand blockchain is, yes, Algorand Silvio Micali, and it's very fast, very cheap, very secure, but mostly cheap and fast.
Yeah.
It's needed for supply chain traceability.
I ask it also because I'm a sommelier, so I'm really, really focused in how can we bring that blockchain solutions into the world of wine.
Let's talk, because it's happening.
Thank you very much.
Anyone else? No?
Great. Thank you very much.
So now we have the startups led by female founders, and now is the stage for Jimena Adriasola from Bionatural Solutions from Peru.
No. Yeah. Hello, everyone. I'm Jimena Adriasola, and I'm the co-founder and CEO of Bionatural Solutions. So worldwide, 1,300 million tons of food are wasted every year. These wastes represent losses in $400 billion. And that's not it. 72% of these losses are before the foods go to the final consumer. So this is a really huge problem. That's why we create BNS. We are focused and give some value to the food waste. We recollect the pills that the food industry just threw it away, to recollect some antimicrobial and antioxidant compounds in order to create sustainable solutions. We have a software that have the inputs of the physiology of the fruits and also these compounds, so we can optimize the formulation for each type of fruits or solution that we want to develop. Life Cover is one of the brand products. It's a coating that creates an invisible barrier around the fruits, so reduce the post-harvest stress in order to extend the shelf life of the fruit up to 200%. It's a natural solution. It has a patent technology and also doesn't use fungicides, chemicals, or another pesticides. Here you have the results in mandarins. We extend the shelf life from the day 21 to the day 35 with really good results, and we don't use chemicals or pesticides, as I mentioned. The difference between our competitors is that the product is natural composition. It's a formula ready to use. You don't need any investment in equipment because we adapt the technology to the current facility of the consumer, and has antimicrobial label. We try to impact in the whole value chain of the food. We are talking about since the farmer to the importer. At the moment, we have trials for more than 10 countries. We are working with 28 current clients. We are in Peru, Colombia, Mexico, Guatemala, and Honduras. And we develop 6 types of products for citrus, mangoes, avocado, berries, and bananas, also ginger. The global market of fruits is really huge. At the moment, we are focused in this type of crops that I mentioned, and in the 10 top producer countries. That is $122 million. We not also reduce the food waste. We are focused in the environmental impact. So if we're talking about like a medium-sized company in the middle of the campaign, we can reduce 1,260 carbon gases. So if we multiply this number with all our exporters in the peak of the campaign, the amount is really huge. So the opportunity is big. At the moment, as I mentioned, we are focusing in Colombia and Peru. We want to scale and increase the market share. And we are looking for the European and Central American market. Also, the application of the technology is based on the reuse of this waste and how we extract these active compounds. So we want to apply the product not only in food, but also in meats, fruits ready to eat, as a food additive and animal nutrition. Nothing of this will be possible without this incredible team. We have knowledge in food tech. As a biotech researcher, Miguel has like more than 8 years in experience in this scheme. Also, we are an innovator center in Peru, so we are more focused in do the research and development. So we know that we are prepared to do this and have a really good impact to solve this problem. Why Germany? Well, Europe is one of the biggest continents that import fruits from Latin America, and also has a really huge and strict regulation from the type of foods that goes into the market. So all these sustainable solutions are really good for the market and are increasing every year. And not only that, because we want to continue creating sustainable solutions based on these compounds, so we want to have an innovator center over there, have this transfer technology, and continue development. Thank you so much. We are BNS. We are changing the world one pill at a time. Thank you.
So now we have the very last startup. This one is from Chile. It's led by Alejandra Allendez. This startup is Kelp.
Hi. Hello, guten Tag. My name is Alejandra Allendez, and I'm the founder and CEO of Kelp, the first food intelligence powerhouse to develop more sustainable foods based on algae. Globally, we are facing a food crisis. We all know that. But people haven't thought about the oceans as the solution for that. The oceans are the main component of our planet, and they contain all the necessary resources for life. But a fun fact is that if we farm just 2% of the oceans, we could feed a 12 billion people population. And all the power of the oceans are gathering in algae. With more than 40,000 species, algae have a great nutritional value with different other interesting attributes, such as the umami flavor, but also they have a 0% water footprint, and they are carbon negative. So they are more sustainable than plants. But why no one and no company is using algae, you may ask. The answer is that it's very difficult to develop a tasty food based on algae, using it as an important ingredient in the final formulation. There are lack of understanding and expertise. So in Kelp, we are specialists in food engineering and data science, and looking at the enormous potential of algae, we develop a data-driven mapping algorithm, which takes public research and patents to address the latent properties of algae and apply it in potential different use cases. So we call it the first food intelligence powerhouse. But this is supposed to be a video, so I don't think it works. Oh, OK, there it is. This is a demo of our software. What you can see here is this amazing dashboard that contains all the necessary data to develop foods that comply with the consumer expectations. For example, if we want to develop a vegan tuna, we can find the right type of algae to have the flavor and texture of a tuna. Also, we can export our model to other regions, so we can elaborate the same final foods in different places. So our value proposition is that with our AI, we can make the perfect match between algae and foods, find new applications of algae in different places, so we can support local outsourcing, and connect algae suppliers with buyers, by also secure the algae's availability and trustability, which is a very important issue. We have proved our concept. We have transformed Chilean seaweed into marketable nutrients, such as burgers, nuggets, and sausages. These products are vegan, with natural ingredients and seaweed as the main one, and gluten and soy-free. Also, we work directly with seaweed collectors through fair prices to support local communities. So this is another video, so you can see by yourselves how our products look and the response of our consumers. So algae improve plant-based foods by balancing the nutritional value with the sensorial attributes, such as fiber, texture, flavor, and calories. All of this wrapped up in a food with the least water and CO2 footprint. We are validating our software. We are collaborating with different companies and universities in Chile, USA, and Portugal. We are in conversation with Nestlé in Chile and Sigma in Mexico to pilot our software. But we are focusing, and we want to focus in Europe because you have an algae farming ecosystem, but what is missing is the traceability of the resource. And with our software, we can tackle this faster. Our business model is licensing our AI, so other companies and institutions can use it to develop new foods, find new applications of algae, and connect with these algae suppliers that are qualified previously by us. We are approaching 5% of the plant-based foods in Europe because we know that they know that algae is the food of the future and can be the replacement of soy, and we can make that transition faster with our software. We have competitors, but our unique data science approach put us in a position like no other player in the market, from food processing into food intelligence, which is the business we want to be. By 2026, we are going to have our software complete and consolidate our business by expanding to new companies and by exploring new applications of algae in different industries. And we know how to achieve this. We are a team of 5 amazing professionals that are committed with the fight for a better and more sustainable food industry, and we have more than 10 years of experience in developing cutting-edge technology. We also have other partners that support us, such as institutions and accelerators in USA, Spain, Portugal, and USA. And also, Proveki in Germany is our first investor. So we are asking for 350,000 euros for the data science component that we need to keep growing, to set up a team based in Europe, to public relations, to close B2B contracts, legal advice, and certifications. So that is my contact information and a very old photo, but it's what we So I hope you join us in this new revolution of algae and help us build the first food intelligence powerhouse for sustainable foods from the ocean. Thank you. Dankeschön.
Hi, yes, it's working. So we have finished the first morning part. There's something specially waiting for you outside, but, and this is the but, dear startups, please stay, let's take a picture. Don't go away, okay? So the rest of you, we will come back at 2:30. You will have a lot of time to network with all these great startups, with all these great VCs. You have a nice beer outside. You have the rest you can imagine, OktoberFest-wise. And dear audience from the online world, we will come back in 1.5 hours. That means 2:30 in Argentina, Uruguay, and Chile. That means 12:30 in Colombia and Peru. That means 7 p.m. 30 in Germany. Okay? Stay up, guys. We don't want to lose you. And see you all here afterwards. So the picture with the startups. Thank you very much. Hello, hello, hello. We are going to start. So I don't know if I have to close the doors. So let me ask I'm not sure. But you can hear me, so I think it's nice to have them open. It's a fresh air coming in. Okay, if somebody complains, we close them. Okay, so have a seat, please. Ladies and gentlemen, please sit down. Dear audience from the online streaming, I hope you're still there. We didn't lost you. So we will continue right now. You have the program on the website. You can find the program with all the time schedules. You can look them up. For all of you who are sitting here, you have a brochure where you can find the program with all the details. And we are going to start in a minute. I'm waiting that everybody sits down because it would be great to have them sitting. Yes, please. Hi there. So welcome, everybody. Pritam, please have a seat. So I'm looking into the crowd. I'm looking for Sebastian. Sebastian, come here to us. Sit with us in front of us. Please, Sebastian. Next to Nick, there's a lot of space, if you don't mind. See? There. Okay, please have a seat. We are going to start right now. So, what is waiting for you guys? We have people here from the morning. You saw the pictures of the startups. Remember? We had the pictures, then the questions from the VCs. Now in the afternoon, we will turn it around. So we will the VCs doing pitches. We have them here. They will pitch to you. And we will allow the startups and the fund of funds to ask questions. The other way around. So it will be very interesting, but it will work a little bit different. So the VCs are going to have 10 minutes each. We will pass them all through, and at the end we will have the Q&A, okay? So starting with the afternoon program, I would like to introduce to you also the host of Fundación Chile, but especially from the Chile Global Venture Program, Sebastián Burgos. He is the Business Development Director, and he will address us with the welcome words of the afternoon. Sebastián, welcome.
Thank you very much for the introduction, Pamela, and hi, everybody. It's an honor for me to welcome you to this, to the afternoon block of this first OktoberINVESTFest. I believe a pioneering initiative that seeks to create bridges between investors and startups from Chile and Germany. At Fundación Chile, we have been betting on venture capital for several years now, knowing its potential to find and promote entrepreneurial talent, to stimulate industries and to support economic diversification, right? An issue that is so important for Latin American economies. And today, when we're probably experiencing the first real negative cycle in venture capital in decades, it's more important than ever to maintain these spaces of connection and work for the development of this industry. So as I mentioned, we know that the venture capital industry is going through a period of adjustment where capital is scarcer, and as a result, investment decisions are being made with a more strict criteria. Managers are taking less risks, which means they are less willing to step out of their comfort zone. And the bad news is that many of the companies we need to support right now, those involved in cutting-edge technology, scientific development, climate change, decarbonization, and in general, those trying to solve the world's most pressing problems, are are more complex to understand, riskier in the eyes of the investor, and therefore are not getting the funding they need at the speed they need it. That's why we need to add diversity to the venture capital ecosystem in Chile and the region, learn from the experience of other countries such as Germany, expand the investment spectrum of investors, and attract more capital to develop the talent that exists in the region. For example, the development of a fund of funds, as we are about to discuss with the German representatives of fund of funds, is a unique opportunity to give the industry more depth, broaden its scope, and encourage support for new investment verticals, some of which require more patient capital, such as biotechnology, life science, or deep tech developments. We strongly believe that venture capital represents an opportunity to transform Latin America into a more prosperous, inclusive, and sustainable region. It's not just about money. It's about creating value, impact, and change for our societies. And it's not just about us. It's about building bridges with other countries and regions that share our vision and mission. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sebastian. And now to join Sebastian with the welcome words on stage, it's an honor for me to introduce a friend, a longtime friend, but a great partner also of our office, so Cornelia Sonnenberg, General Manager of AHK Chile.
Thank you very much to Pamela and to Ushi, and good afternoon to all of you. As German Chamber in Chile, we are deeply committed since 1916 with the Chilean market to foster and support business and trade. We advise, support, and represent German companies that want to establish or expand their foreign business. Therefore, we are part of the AHK networks of the German foreign trade promotion. From the smallest entrepreneur to the large corporation, with currently 46,000 memberships, our global network is a strong and reliable partner also at your side for your business capacity building and innovation projects. As you probably know, in order to improve the competitiveness of our companies, create long-term economic growth, prosperity, and new jobs, we need to invest in research, innovation, and training. That is why the Federal Ministry for Economic Affairs and Climate Action aims to foster Germany's innovation capacity by creating an environment that is conducive to investment by providing funding programs that are targeted to the needs of the market. These funding programs are to help small and medium-sized enterprises embrace new innovations and digitization, inspire young people to choose a career in technology and natural sciences, and secure an adequate supply of skilled workers for the future. One example is the ZIM program, that stands for Zentral Innovationsprogramm Mittelstand, which means Central Innovation Program for Small and Medium-Sized Enterprises, SMEs. It's a funding program of the Federal Ministry of Economic Affairs that aims to foster the innovative capacity of SMEs. It launches several thousand new projects every year all around Germany, making it the country's largest innovation program for SMEs. After signing an agreement with Corfu during the visit to Chile of our Chancellor Scholz, the first call for proposals for joint R&D projects between Germany and Chile was launched together with Corfu under the name CREA Ivalida ZIM, closing this first call recently in September. And we hope that we will open the next call during next year. But the Federal Ministry for Economic Affairs and Climate Action offers also support to innovative startups so that they can turn their promising ideas into successful business. One of examples is EXIST, the Business Startup Grant. that supports students, graduates, and scientists from universities and research institutes who want to turn their business idea into a business plan. The startup projects should be innovative technology or knowledge-based projects with significant unique features and good commercial prospects of success. That is why we have, for example, Latin American students founding deep tech startups in Munich. Another example, the High-Tech Startup Fund. The High-Tech Startup Fund 4 is the largest fund since the seed investor was established. In launching the fourth fund, the Federal Ministry of Economic Affairs and Climate Action continues the success story of the High-Tech Startup Fund and keeps providing assistance to innovative startups in a changing market environment. In doing so, it's successfully implementing another measure of the federal government startup strategy. The Federal Ministry wants to encourage investors to provide equity financing to startups. It offers a wide range of funding programs directly targeted at capital donors. For example, Invest, a grant for venture capital. If an angel investor or other private investor provides a startup with at least 10,000 euros in investment over a period of at least 3 years, this investor will receive a tax-free grant worth 20% of its investment. Investments taking the form of a convertible loan are also eligible for funding, provided that the application for an invest grant is made before the loan is issued. In addition, in the event that the company is sold later on, an exit grant is provided to offset the tax that needs to be paid on the profit made from the sale of the company. Another example for all this innovation and startup ecosystem is the European Investment Fund. In order to ensure that young companies in their growth stages have sufficient equity, the federal government, the ERP Special Fund, and the European Investment Fund, Venture Capital Fund, invests in venture capital funds that provide private equity to cartels, young companies that grow especially rapidly. In addition, the Economic Affairs Ministry provides incentives for business angels to invest in young companies. But AHKs, these German chambers abroad, helps also companies enter the market. In the short or medium term, most startups seek to enter a market abroad. However, the time and cost this takes is often underestimated. The German accelerator helps the most promising German startups expand internationally to the US or Asia, and starting in 2023 in Latin America. The program is tailored to its individual participants and offers in-depth workshops, dialogue with genuine experts, and access to a global network. The German accelerator is managed by German Entrepreneurships GmbH and supported also by the Federal Ministry of Economic Affairs and Climate Action. Therefore, AHG Chile and the State of Bavaria Office for South America, that means Pamela and Uschi, two persons doing all these things, attending not only Chile, but 4 other countries in South America. They are supporting, together with us, the partners of the German accelerator. And of course, we at AHG Chile are happy to be partner of this OktoberINVESTFest as well. We wish you a fruitful afternoon discussion and networking. Thank you very much, and congrats, Pamela and Uschi.
Thank you very much, Cornelia, for your words. We appreciate it very much, and maybe this makes a perfect timing to thank all the audience online. So we have greetings from Lima, greetings from Piura, from Medellin, from Bogota, from Buenos Aires, from Sao Paulo. Everybody has joined us here at the Oktoberfest online, and they're sending their greetings, and we are sending our greetings to you. So thank you for staying tuned. Continuing now, the pitches. It's an honor for me to introduce the other 50% of the office, Ursula Brendecker, the Deputy Director of the State of Bavaria Office for South America, who will be moderating this pitch slot. Uschi.
Thank you, Pamela, for your introduction. It's my pleasure to be moderating this next part. It's our pleasure to have you here, especially after the lunch break. We know it's not easy, so we are trying to do it in a dynamic way. Interesting it's going to be for sure, because we have 5 Latin American VCs who are going to pitch to present themselves, which is not so usual, actually. Each VC, Latin American VC, has 10 minutes. And after that, we have some time for questions on behalf of the Fund of Funds. And for the audience in general, we still have another break to network and to contact them. I would say let's go direct to the first one, which is ScaleX. Esteban Valenzuela is the head of new businesses. The stage is yours.
Thank you. Maybe this one is for the slides?
Yes, exactly. Right and left.
Hello, everybody. I'm Esteban Valenzuela from the Santiago Stock Exchange. First of all, ScaleX is not a VC, but is a stock exchange initiative to contribute to the VCs on both the region and in Chile. Okay, so ScaleX was born thanks to an agreement collaboration between the stock exchange and the Chilean Development Agency and Startup Chile that had the objective to create a new platform in order that scale-ups could find financement through capital markets in Chile. We created ScaleX, that is the first alternative market in Chile. An alternative market is a market segment of a stock exchange that has tailored its regulation and its economic costs, so in order that SMEs can find financement through the stock exchange. We created an alternative market ecosystem based on 4 pillars. One is market regulation, thanks to the NCG 452 that issued the CMF, the financial regulator in Chile. This allowed that the stock exchanges could create auto-regulated markets for public offerings with the exemption of registering themselves in the regulator. So this allows to downgrade the regulation in order that SMEs can think to the stock exchange as a viable opportunity to find financement. Then we structured the market looking outside. We look to Spain, we look to London. Both have alternative markets. The London Stock Exchange has the AIM listing. The VME growth is the alternative market of the Spain Stock Exchange. And they are really successful and has a model based on sponsors. The sponsors are companies that advise the new issuers on the fulfillment for both the requirements for the inscription in the market and also the maintainment on the market itself. Then we structured ScaleX using open innovation with recurrent meetings with stockbrokers, associations of the startup ecosystem, startups, public and private funds, in order that we could create a platform that is viable for the startups to find financement and to actually use the mechanism. And also ScaleX promotes a sustainable economic development ecosystem, because when companies go public, they create more jobs, they create more wealth for the investors, and they also bring new benefits for the economy itself. ScaleX has 2 segments. One is for scale-ups. This is for startups and scale-ups with relevant technology in its product, service, or business models. These scale-ups had to have sustained growth in income or in new hires. They have to have this technological component, and they have to have at least 3 years since launch. the scale-ups of this segment can raise up to $4 million approximately, dependent on the exchange rate of the Chilean peso. And also we launched this new segment in January this year, is the company with required sales. These companies are bigger. They are not required to have a technological component in its product, but they have to have relevant sales between $4 million and $40 million approximately, and also 3 years since launch. These companies don't have a limit of in the fundraising, but the limit is going to be put itself by the company, by the work with the stockbrokers and the sponsors, by market appetite, and so on. We currently have 18 sponsors, from stockbrokers to public funds, private funds, law firms, accelerators, innovation centers, Fundación Chile itself, and others. The sponsor is a really relevant figure because it allows the entrance of the company to ScaleX, and also the advisor in the fulfillment for both the requirements of the inscription in the market and the maintenance in the market. There is a summary of the listing steps. We in ScaleX have a web platform. It's new from the stock exchange. It's mainly for this market. The purpose of this web platform is to give a new customer experience for companies, SMEs, that are trying to approach to the stock exchange. Okay? In this platform, they can upload profile pics, videos, product information, a financial statement, information about the founders, information about the team that is working in the company, and so on. Investors and sponsors also have profiles in this platform, so this platform enables the communication between companies that want fundraising, investors, and sponsors of the market. Then the company has to make a deal with a sponsor. They usually sign an NDA to see if they have fit between the sponsor and the company, and then they start to work on the listing requirements. Here, the main requirement is that the financial statements must have been audited by an audit firm registered in the financial regulator. Then they make a roadshow, usually by the stock exchange. They have to work with a stockbroker or more than one, and then they list on the stock exchange. We currently have 2 listed companies. One is Osoyi Robotics. They listed last year. They raised approximately $2 million for their expansion in Mexico. And this year, Zero-Q raised approximately $3 million for also their international expansion. And we're hoping that to this year to have between 2 and 4 more companies to list in the market. So international experience highlights alternative markets as strategic points in the financial industry because they bring new actors to the stock exchange. They bring VCs, they bring startups, they bring small and medium enterprises. The companies that list in ScaleX stand out in the ecosystem. They have relevant impact on media. They can leverage the intellectual capital of the sponsors and other stakeholders of the market. They can generate new connections with other startups, with associations, with private funds, and they can position themselves better to further growth and for further financing rounds in the market. So we have the web platform. It has been launched since April this year. It's only in Spanish, sadly. We're working on the English version. But if you're an investor or a company that wants to know more about ScaleX, you're pretty much welcome to join us to learn more about ScaleX in www.scalex.cl. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Esteban. And now our second Latin VC, which is Imagine Ventures, Javier Cueto. Welcome again up on the stage.
Thank you, Chief. Well, hi, everyone, and hi to the new people. So, well, I will talk a little bit more about Imagine Ventures, what we are doing here in this fund, but also give you a little of context about Imagine. So, Imagine has evolved. Actually, this month, it's our 10th anniversary. We started as a private incubator 10 years ago with the support from Microsoft as one of our main partners, and also Corfo. From that starting point, we started to evolve in our offering, not just focusing on supporting really, really early stage startups, but also creating this ecosystem. So today, we are not just an incubator. We are develop an acceleration strategy. Then we start working with corporates doing open innovation since 2015. And then we also start working a lot with the public sector besides funding, how we also connect startups with the public sector, how we help the public sector to innovate. And then we start developing all related to our mentoring network, where we have already 150 mentors in our network, and we develop as well a program to certificate these mentors to make the mentorship a more reliable tool for supporting startups. And the last hat that we started last year was taking all this experience was to create our venture capital firm, which is Imagine Ventures. So today, when we say what's Imagine, it's hard to define it in one word. So we say we create this. At the end, we are trying to be like this connector of different actors in the ecosystem and trying to have a distinctive value offering for each of them. So Imagine, when we started in late 2013, so we have so far 10 years of this strategic partnership with Microsoft, which has been really interesting because it's not has focused just in Chile. We've worked with Microsoft all over LATAM, doing open innovation programs and connecting startups worldwide, including Europe, including Asia and the US, with corporates here, and that also helps a lot to access the Latin American market and get to know this market in a different way. We also grew, so we are not a startup program, so we start working with corporates in consultancy and digital services, and we managed our first fund, which was a government-backed fund from Corfo for incubators, where we managed around $5 million, what actually allow us to assess more than 10,000 startups in 9 years. We have given services to over 600 startups in these 9 years, and we finance more than 120 with these grants from Corfo. And today, the startup that have survived, which is over 1/3, which is pretty high if we consider that we start investing in idea level, they have revenue of almost $400 million, and they have raised over $30 million with the experience of this first fund as an incubator. But one of the most valuable things, and I think we have talked about in the morning about this, it's how we create value, creating this like worldwide network for business and investment opportunities. So even though we are here in Chile, we have today partners all over the world that help us not just to support our startups when they're starting to scale, but also to attract investors, to attract corporates that want to connect with Latin America. So we've been working in the US, in the case of Pamela Nushi, but also with German Accelerator. We are actually going to launch in December a program for Chilean startups, scale-ups that want to go to the US with the help of German Accelerator, and also working, for example, with Singapore. So what we are doing here is trying to create this global network for what? To create these business and investment opportunities. And this is really valuable because at the end we are creating this venture capital offering based on what we have built in the last 10 years as an incubator and accelerator. And these just pictures of what we have done, and a little bit show you like the importance for us of being connected in the ecosystem and working with strategic partners. We had the opportunity to have even Satya Nadella in 2015 in our offices when he was starting to be the CEO of Microsoft, and to basically try to develop really, really strategic partnerships in a way to grow. But now start talking more about. Hello. Our fund, it's this first private fund, because as I mentioned before, the first one was as an incubator with public money. This is a 100% private fund. It's a $6 million VC fund focused on pre-seed, early seed, domicile in the US, but to invest in startups in Latin America, all over LATAM except of Brazil. And we are focusing in two main areas. So we are focusing in everything related to the future of work and the future of finance. And I'll explain you briefly, give you more examples of what are we looking for regarding our investments opportunities. So regarding this, in the future of work, we are focusing on 3 main areas. So we are focusing in everything related to digital transformation, sustainability, and people. And here are some examples of trends that we've been looking for. For example, in all regarding more the people side, everything with HR, tech, ed tech, and silver economy, everything related to digitalization. Of course, artificial intelligence last year has been one of the most developed technologies. We see a lot of SaaS B2B, and that, for example, for a lot of the funds of funds in Germany or German investors, Latin America, the B2B SaaS is one of the main areas of development from the startup side. And then in the future of finance, we go from the impact part, for example, financial inclusion, up to more technology-based fintechs regarding financial infrastructure. And something really relevant for us that I mentioned also in the morning is that we are measuring and also developing these cross-criteria. So besides being focused on future of work or future of finance, how you are creating impact or you are developing a diversity strategy. So that's also something that we assess from the beginning when we source our deal flow. So far we have 4 investments, and actually we have a 5th because we signed it yesterday, so I didn't update the slide, but we have 5 investments so far. So we have 1 fintech in Colombia focused on financial inclusion, 1 Chilean SaaS B2B focused on sustainability. We have then 1 Colombian focused on fulfillment and e-commerce. Then we have 1 Colombian artificial intelligence cloud solution in the voice solution and cloud contact center. And the 5th one, it's a Mexican focus on digital pawn fintech to give more fair conditions to the part of the population that still use this method for getting loans or for getting financial services. And just to close, to talk about in this first year, we assess around 250 startups from around 15 countries. 90% of them are aligned with our thesis regarding the stage of development. Something really interesting, and we also discussed in the morning, the valuations here in Latin America are much lower than in Europe, and the trend has been really like when we see this number in the first semester of 2022, for us this number was about 10 million. And 1 year later, you see it's almost 30% less. So then you see also what the impact of the context today of venture capital. Also, you see in the valuations that the startups are defining today. And 30% of the startups that have applied have a women co-founder, and it's pretty aligned when you see the global numbers. And for us, it's really relevant, of course, that the CTO is a founder, not an employee, and it's something that we don't invest if that is not a requirement. And we invest to close in a ticket between 100 and 250K. With this fund that we are in the final process of fundraising, we are investing and closing the fund. We expect a portfolio between 13 and 15 startups in a 10-year fund. And just to close on something really relevant that we have developed for our LPs, for our investors, and also for our entrepreneurs, is this sense of community. So at the end, we are not just expecting LPs that just put money in the fund or startups that are just looking for the money. So what we want to create here is a community that adds value. So for that, for our LPs, we are constantly giving access to data. We develop a lot this sense of community and network. So today, for example, in all the events, independently if they are of the VC, of the accelerator, or open innovation, our LPs are part of it, and they feel part of this community and understand better how works the ecosystem. Also, there is a lot of opportunities between our investor and our startups to develop a strategic relationship or investment opportunities. And we also make part of investors of the investment and selection process. So we create pre-investment committees with our expert LPs, and they feel part of it, and that's something that they capture a lot of value as well to understand what's going on in the region. So that's here also you can find more information in imagineventures.tech, and thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Javier. Please stay close because we are having later on Q&A session. Now our third Latin VC to pitch, it's our host, nuestro dueño de casa and partner of this event, Andrés Lave, Director of Green Hydrogen Investments. Please.
Muchas gracias. Thank you so much. Rodrigo, la presentación, please. Thank you so much. Well, 2050 net zero goal, what a big challenge we have ahead, okay? So to succeed, we need to, we must do some relevant stuff like improving and boosting energy efficiency and electrification, also scaling up renewables, improving energy transmission networks, and also massifying energy storage worldwide. But there's still a group of economic sector, the hard-to-abate sector, that accounts for roughly 30% of the total global emissions, that these measures are not sufficient. Then we need to transform clean electrons from renewables into clean green hydrogen molecules in a process called electrolysis. So green hydrogen and its derivatives has the potential to decarbonize these sectors for roughly 5 to 15% of the global emissions, and think in applications like production of green steel, green cement, and green copper, also fuel cell trucks and buses, or chemical feedstock like ammonia, or the production of synthetic fuels like e-methanol. Where today, green hydrogen faces many challenges. Starting with the technology risk, demand creation, also regulation and certification, infrastructure and supply chain, and finally financing. Addressing these challenges is vital to progress. Well, Chile's possibilities on these topics depends on these three key factors. We have an abundant local potential to explore. Also, we have a big market opportunity, and finally, the decarbonization of the local industry, mainly the copper mining industry. Well, Chile's unique potential is based basically in that Chile has is very rich in renewable energy resources, but also is said to be one of the leaders in terms of cost competitiveness in the green hydrogen production worldwide. Also, we have a very strong institutional support that is boosting this in new industry. Talking about the first point, well, Chile has the potential to multiply by 70 times its current renewable energy capacity, based in the solar and also in the wind in the south. Also, several international studies acknowledge that the Chilean hydrogen will be one of the most competitive in the world by the year 2050. And the institutional support is quite robust. This journey started in November 2020 with the launch of the Chile's National Green Hydrogen Strategy, that then was handed over to the Boric administration, that then was converted into a policy of states. And then in July last year, it was created the Interministerial Green Hydrogen Development Committee, fostering collaboration. And now, by the end of this year, we're expecting to meet the Green Hydrogen Action Plan for the year 2023 to the year 2030. Well, the opportunity for Chile is quite immense. The studies said that the Chilean hydrogen and derivatives market by the year 2050 is said to be $33 billion, and most of this will come from export. So Chile is going to be one of the most important players globally. But this potential for Chile goes far beyond the energy applications. The whole value chain is quite rich in terms of new business opportunities, regional economic diversification, infrastructure and human capital development, employment generation, and gender equality. Well, for Chile in particular, also is very important in hydrogen because it will help to decarbonize its operation and also in its sector. Looking the Chile's NDC by the year 2050, hydrogen will be responsible for one-fifth of the emission reductions, basically replacing diesel with hydrogen in industries like mining and also in heavy-duty transport. Well, Chile displays a thriving project pipeline of more than 60 publicly announced projects, most of them located in the northern region of Antofagasta and also in the southern region of Magallanes. But most of these projects, though, are in the very early stages of development. So supporting these projects gives a very interesting growing opportunities. Well, for hydrogen projects to succeed, they need to go through these three vital stages. First is the pilot demonstration project development, then the commercial scale construction, and finally the commercial scale operation. In this first stage, it's very important to secure financing and technical assistance to reduce risk so the commercial banks find the risk acceptable to be financed. Once these projects reach the final investment decision, then the commercial bank can finance the huge amount of CapEx through the project finance alternatives. Well, the Chile Global Green Hydrogen Development Fund is a $150 million fund with a 12-year duration that has a blended structure that will bring public funding from Corfo and also private funding from corporate and impact investors. And the main idea is to support green hydrogen projects all across the value chain, but focusing on the development and also construction stages. The mission of this fund is to accelerate the local green hydrogen industry by promoting climate goals, also the economic development, and also having social impact. Fundación Chile, through Chile Global Ventures, its venture capital area, is collaborating with a globally recognized transaction advisory firm that has very good experience in infrastructure and renewable energy financing. Together, we will bring venture capital-like capital to the projects, but also technical support for the project developers to succeed in its endeavor. Why Fundación Chile is best place? Well, basically because we have many advantages. We count with very good technical support for the projects in terms of the areas of sustainability, human capital, and also innovation. Also, we excel in ecosystem coordination, bringing to the table government, corporates, academia, and also international partners. Also, we have a proven track record mobilizing public and private financing that can be represented in our Clean Fund, our successful venture capital fund. The helm of this team in Fundación Chile is Sebastián Acevedo, VP of Finance and Businesses, and myself, Andrés Lave, Director of Green Hydrogen Investment. And with us, there's a diverse and highly skilled team of executives with diverse expertise in different areas. So I would like to invite you to join us in the spearhead of the Chilean green hydrogen economy by creating impact in the climate and society, by gaining the first mover advantages, also creating value alongside the supply chain, and ensuring well-rounded portfolio diversification. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Andrés. We still have two more VCs to pitch. The next one is Alaya Capital. Where is he? There he is. Claudia Barahona, Managing Partner. Thank you so much. Welcome to the stage. And right and left.
Okay. Thank you for the invite. Hi, everyone. So before talking about our fund, let me talk about why I am personally do venture capital. Mainly because I really believe that the only way to bring Latin American countries to development has to do with creating a new economy. And this economy has to be based on talent and technology. not only on exporting commodities like our countries are doing today. So what we believe and the mission behind our fund has to do actually investing in that Latin American talent and in that Latin American technology. We are sure that we can develop the best solutions from Latin America to the world. And I'm not the only one in this dream, also my 3 partners. I was a former manager of Telefónica's corporate venture capital called Wyra. Also joined me Lorena Suarez. She was the one making the same thing in Argentina, and then she managed the corporate venture capital of a bank in Argentina. Luis Bermejo, who was a founder, entrepreneur, sold his company and then began doing angel investments. And Juan Giner, who was for some years director of the Capital Association Argentina and former CFO of some family office. The 4 of us are 100% managing partner and dedicated to this fund, really believing and investing in the new generation of startups in Latin America. We have a team all across Spanish-speaking countries. We have office in Mexico, in Peru, in Colombia, in Chile, and in Argentina. And mainly, this has to do with the thesis that we have developed over our 3 funds. The first fund was just a pilot fund of $1 million 10 years ago. It was successful. We invested in 7 startups and make exits of 4 of them, doubling the results of that fund. Then in 2017, we made a second fund of $20 million. There we invested in 25 companies. And then we began actually filtering up what will be our thesis, how we can really help startups to go global. Right now, we are already making kickoff and investing our 3rd fund with a goal of $15 million. Always making seed investments. That means that we do investments after product market fit in startups that have revenue, that have some traction, and where we want to help them to actually scale in the region. And here's a little picture of where are the startups once we invested them in our second fund. Here are some very famous startups of Latin America, like Betterfly. We were the first investor. We had done the first check in that company. Now it's a unicorn. But not only Betterfly, we have Finerio, Home, Talently, 123 Seguro, Quilimo, and Muva. And all of them are quite successful companies. And so we are very happy of the results of that fund. But what is the key behind our investments? It doesn't have to do only with money. We know that if we want to be really the new tech companies of the region, it isn't enough to be the best startup in Chile. It isn't enough to be the best startup in Colombia. You have to be the best startup in the region. So our main smart money and work has to do helping these companies to scale regionally. And that's what we do with our office. So this is the picture. How are the startups now after 5 years? We help them to open office in all the region so that they can really go for the next round and can be actually approached for an IPO or an acquisition for big companies in the world. So that's the main mission behind us, investing in seed startups to scale them to the region. So the 3rd fund, we have already raised $30 million. It's an US-based fund. We will do this in Latin American Spanish-speaking countries, so we do investments in every country of Latin America except Brazil. So for us, Brazil is another planet. But we think that all Latin America together is even bigger than Brazil, and there's a big opportunity. Our average ticket, it's about $1 million for each startup, and then we have 3 big things that we look at a startup. Have they potential to be a unicorn? Have they potential to make this regional scaling? Is there a market that to be conquered, and can we help them to actually go to the rest of the region? And then, and this has to do with the mission I told you at the beginning, of course we are finance first and want to make money, but also we are very impact driven. So we measure all the startups that we invest if they are targeting one of the SDGs of the United Nations, and how are they measuring that. So we are very, very convinced that there are so many structural problems in our region that can be helped through technology. What kind of startups? Mainly software companies, so we're very digital focused. On one side, everything has to do with the new digital consumer in Latin America, where it's a huge opportunity, EdTech, future of work, mobility, PropTech, FinTech, and everything has to do with digital transformation tools, mainly for small business, because we believe that there's a so big gap in the small business of Latin America that can be solved to technology, to productivity tools. So whether we are investing in companies, helping them to go into e-commerce, to have better logistic, to have better fintech, to be more data-driven. So just to summarize, we think actually it's a good time to invest in Spanish-speaking LATAM. We have a regional footprint, and we believe that we can get the best deals in the region. And actually, we have proven that we can do that with our previous track record. So thank you. If you're any startup that fits with our thesis, please say me hello. If you're an investor and can be thinking investing in a fund, we're still open until March for new investments. So thank you.
That was great. Thank you so much, Claudio. And now, last but not least, EY Chile, Victor Fena is pitching.
Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. My name is Victor Fenner. I'm a partner at EY, you know, the big audit and consulting firm. And I'm actually a tax partner. So what are you doing here, right? Basically, that's the question I want to answer now. Speaking about how we are and can help even more both investors and startups in a time which currently is being very, very difficult. As you've already heard, we are in a pessimist world right now. Investment in VC falls below 50% in Latin America, high interest rate, no more free money as we were used to a couple of years ago. Only access to more meritocratic funding. That means only proven companies with track record and revenue and strong sales are being funded. Emerging markets are in recession after they had grown for a lot of time with very high rates. Now we have recession in many countries. We have more realistic valuations. Gone are the times in which two guys with a PowerPoint were valued in $200 million. So now we have to have results to prove the worth of each startup. Bootstrapping is a requirement right now. No more PowerPoints alone, as I said. Efficiency is more valued than growth. That means investors are not only looking at how much you've grown, but how efficient you are in that growth. Perhaps you have your team's too large. Perhaps your cost structure is not efficient if you want to really scale. And market is filtering both VCs and investors and startups, right? So the more efficient, rational ones remain. So again, why am I here? Basically, this EY Business Seed is an initiative. It's right now a division in EY Chile that was born in a specific case of our team. We were attending a VC that was looking to purchase a startup, basically. It was a $50 million deal that failed, basically because the financials, the accounts, and the taxes of the target company were not done properly. And it was really a shame because the only thing that deal needed to work was proper advising on everything both the investors and the startup were not experts in, which is where we come forward. Our purpose, basically, is to allow both investors and startups to do business and think business while we can take care of every single other boring detail that surrounds the deal. A multidisciplinary approach in finance and accounting, strategy, innovation and operation, structure and tax, legal and labor, technology, ESG, risk. We have several, an army of experts that have seen business, that have done these big, huge deals in Chile and abroad with enough experience to see everything that needs to be done properly for a deal and an investment to work in a startup. So now we put at the disposal of both investors and startups and scale-ups the possibility to work with us to assist in whatever stage of the deal, of the process you are. And I'm going to show you a couple of examples so you can see how we can intervene to foster and help you cross the bridge that right now is being very hard to cross. Right now, we're about to expand the EYC network because in EY, I mean, we're in several countries, and each country has taken its own initiatives to help startups and the ecosystem. But right now, we're coming together as a network to be able to put together investors and startups from all over the world. We're not an accelerator. We're not an incubator. We're advisors that know people and have seen business, and we're at your disposal. So basically, the goal is to generate confidence in the meeting, in the encounter between the investors and the startups, so as I said before, they can simply talk business and not worry about anything else, which is the ideal thing we all would like to do instead of going through papers and doing due diligences, right? So we want to be an active collaborator. I mean, we have hundreds of alliances and agreements with every single actor in the ecosystem you can imagine in Chile and also in the rest of the world. So I think it's a real opportunity, not only for startups and the investors, but for us as well, to start working very early in the future unicorns, in the future companies that will lead the economy and will lead innovation across Latin America and the world. So just an example, and this is too small, but here what you can see here basically is a M&A process that involves multiple stages and teams of work, right? This is the boring stuff that probably some of you have had to endure in the past. You have a phase one of preparation when you have to receive information, perform a preliminary valuation of the company. You have to sign an NDA, contact local investors, project a presentation with numbers of the company, reception of non-binding bids. You need a whole army of specialists, financial advisors, industry specialists, audit and accounting specialists, TI and ops specialists, tax, HR, lawyers, etc. And then you go to the critical stage of the negotiation of an MOU, due diligence, and SPA negotiation, etc. I mean, this is very summarized, of course, but I just wanted to show you a picture of every single stage in which we can intervene to help you not worry about boring stuff and concentrate on the business you wanna grow. And also, very important, sometimes we all think about the business, but we do not think too much about structure. Typically, founders think that things like taxes are like something to worry about perhaps within the next 7 years, right? Actually, where probably you start making losses, and therefore you have very simple structuring. And we can explain to you why, even at an early stage, you might need to go from here for a very simple structure, right? With two founders have an OpCo in Chile, and then tries to expand to Latin America, to something like this that you probably heard. Okay, Delaware, you know, is a must and everything, but as you can see, there are several other boxes here that can help you avoid paying up to 65% tax on exit. That's how much you would pay approximately if you invest in the US without the proper structure. That may change with the double taxation treaty that is about to be enforced between the two countries, and that's going to be a huge opportunities for startups and investors, right? And we can help you with answering questions about how that may benefit you to create your business and expand your business in the US. So we're advisors, and we really like talking to every single startup. We do not close the door to anybody. We want you to be our clients. We can start off with a few meetings with very competitive fees, because EY Chile is committed to help the startup ecosystem, and therefore we're prepared to invest heavily on companies like yours to then be with you from the beginning until you become unicorns, or at least very large, until you make money, right? So thank you very much, and I'm pleased to talk to anyone who wishes to know more. Have a nice rest of the evening.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me? Yes, right? Thank you. Thank you so much. And I would say a big applause for all of the gentlemen that have already presented. Please, again, thank you. So, we have now some time for questions on behalf of the Fund of Funds. I'm looking where you are seated. And my first question would be, do you have questions? Because assuming you have, I would kindly ask all the Latin VCs to join me here, but the question is, do you have questions? They were all very direct. It was left nothing unsaid or unanswered then. So maybe afterwards in the break that we have later on. Thank you for your interest. I hope it was interesting for all of you as it was for us. It's too early for conclusions, Pamela. That's something for later on after the final pitch session. Thank you.
Thank you, Uschi, for moderating the pitch. A round of applause for Uschi, please. So, she made everything possible. Okay, so let's continue now. Again, like in the morning, we will have a discussion round, which might wake you up a little bit because we are allowed to ask a lot of questions. And in order to ask interesting questions, I would like to invite a great partner as well from EY Germany this time, Gregor Warscheid. He's the Director for Strategy and Transactions in Germany. So he will be the moderator, and he will be inviting all the guests on the discussion panel. So I hand over, dear Gregor, so you can introduce your guests. I can take over if you want to, or do you want to take this on stage?
Yes, actually, yes.
Yes? Okay, over there. Security first. Okay, and this is yours.
Thank you very much. Yeah, bienvenidos, estimados. Very welcome, everybody, und Servus und Grüß Gott für auch die Herren aus Deutschland. Die Panel-Diskussion heute ist jetzt eine gute Abrundung. Wir haben heute Morgen, pardon, English. To round up, sorry. No, I'm confused. To round up the discussion and the whole event from today, this morning you've seen the PCs, the portfolio companies, from the point of view of funds. Now you've seen also of course, VC funds, who are non-strategic investors, but a quite important market participant. I think quite even more important market participant apart from the funds are the ones who give them money to the funds. Amongst others, these are the fund of funds. Just as a reminder, and maybe for some who are not that into what fund of funds are doing, they just, as the name says, invest themselves in an indirect way in a certain asset class. Given the subject today, this will be VC funds in different type of stages, different type of geographies and industries. And why? How come that investors may be investing in fund of funds? Of course, you can diversify again. As an investor in fund, you already can diversify over and spread your investment over certain portfolio companies, but normally these are segments of industries. And you've seen that. We've seen specifically IT, also fintechs, And this is exactly what a study which we conducted in advance of this event revealed. VC fund investments in LATAM, in Chile, for 60% focus on specifically on IT, 30% on fintechs. The money in general, or the VC fund money predominantly comes from LATAM. So 60% comes from LATAM, investing in LATAM, but then also 30% from Europe, 20% from North America. And I'm sorry that I can't show the study here because we prepared some slides and technically it wasn't possible today, but happy to provide you guys, whoever's interested, with the study afterwards. Normally, for this specific flow of money coming from abroad to LATAM, it's highly fragmented, the investment style. So it's for 150, on average, this is 150 million each fund, investing in 25 to 35 investments. And most of the funds, I think, are well known, like Genesis Ventures, Magma, but then predominantly so far, and this is what PitchBook data analysis revealed, the fund-of-fund investors predominantly came in the last 20 vintage years from the US. Yeah, I think that was a brief intro to the asset class itself, fund-of-fund, and what the current status is, and what with respect also the review for the last 20 vintage years. On stage today, we will have Alena Schormeyer. Will participate online. She works as an investment manager for a Berlin-based fund-of-fund. Fund-of-Fund GP, they released as a first-time fund evergreen product, which focuses in terms of geography on Europe, US, and Israel, but also I think they are open to amplify their point of view. This is also given the nature of an evergreen product, repeatedly invests money, they divest, and they again reinvest this money. This is a bit different to a normal commingled product, which has a timeline of 10 years. This product exists, given the name, if you may say so, for a quite longer time. Then we will have on stage, and please, maybe you can come over, Michael Timmermann from BTG Pactual Asset Management. He's the head of investments for private equity and infra. Hi, thank you for having you on stage. Small applause, please, from your side. Also on stage we will have Roberto Simpson, who's the CEO of Rainmaker Asset Management. They focus on alternative investments and provide asset management investment services, but also they are representing the exclusive capital raiser for Goning Partners, who are allocated in Munich and a well-known fund-of-fund investor with different strategies and different geography, regional focus. So I think then we are complete. Sorry? Pardon. And of course, Francisco Meneses, CIO of Corfu. For the German participants, Corfu can be compared, if I may say so, to the KfW. Thanks for having you on stage. And of course, in the context of venture capital, their goal is to, let's say, put, amongst others, the focus on certain new markets, sub-markets, and also to facilitate that money goes in this direction by incentivizing non-strategic or strategic money. But we will discuss a bit later. Okay, then thanks everybody, and maybe let's start the discussion. Okay, so just having heard, and I am just, I hand over the microphone. Is this correct, Pamela? Okay. Having heard what just been said in terms of the small statistic I revealed, And maybe first, I would like to know from you, Elena, ladies first, if this is okay for you guys. And what's the focus in terms of VC? So industry, geography, stage also. And what also would be interesting is which type of access are you looking for? Is it only, given the nature of your fund-to-fund product, indirect investments, or do you also invest directly as a co-investor?
Yes, happy to be the first. And hi from Berlin. So we are a venture capital fund that focuses purely on VC as an asset class. So we invest in both established and emerging fund managers on a global scale. However, for now, our main focus geographies are Europe and the US, and also partly Israel, but we're hoping to extend that in the soon and near future. Regarding your question on direct and indirect investments, so as we only started off last year, we are for now only considering fund-to-fund investments, so closely working together with the GPs we're investing in, and of course with that also seeing a lot of interesting direct investment opportunities. So the goal would be to also, with regards to that, launch a vehicle soon that is able to participate in direct investments alongside our portfolio funds.
Thank you, Alina. Perfect. Very interesting insights. And maybe also I would like to let's say give the word to Michael Timmermann. Michael, giving also your special subject of energy investments, infrastructure investments, where you also, and this is what I heard at least, also invest in greenfield projects, but also on company level. So you always also there will be a context with regards to a VC context, let's say. How do you invest? Of course, you have a focus in LATAM, but are you also investing internationally? Is there a strong focus in Chile in LATAM currently? And is there also, do you at least also foresee the possibility for new market segments, new in terms of geography, industry, that you invest directly, indirectly? So.
Thanks for that. So, yeah, I head the private equity division. So my sort of seasoning is more on the bigger companies. I've done, and we all will, sorry, it's sort of different to what everyone does in terms that I actually get a controlling stake or a big stake. I have governance, go to the board meetings, so I don't do a home run average. I rather do something of a, I need to bat every time and do it well. We do larger tickets, but numbers small. So that overlaps our growth fund, which is the impact fund we have, which is not, we are a big manager, so it's not that big. It's sort of big, but not so big for us. It's $150 million. And we've done that in growth companies that are driven with impact. We've done like equity checks in Chile for $30 million and in companies in Brazil for around the same amount. But we do need to have visibility on those companies actually having a product that's going to be demanded for afterwards, where the fundamentals are going to be there, where the company has shown growth, big clients, it can produce revenues outside of Chile. I think the big, and I think everyone here knows that, the big sort of hurdle you need to overcome in order to be big is go outside of Chile, right? We have a great market here, but it's small. So you need to be able to sort of cross-border the way Brazil does it with a 200 million market, do the same outside in Latin America. And I think that's why everyone tries to see whether or not their product is going to be working in Mexico. We've done, outside, I've looked at, I don't know, hydrogen stuff in Germany, in England. So we know where the technology is headed. I heard someone from the hydrogen fund, so I know about the CapEx. It's super tough. It's difficult. It raises a lot of questions. On the one hand, we want cleaner energy. On the other hand, the public is demanding lower energy bills, right? So it's a tough conversation to have. It's not an easy one. And sorry, I'm just going to take 30 seconds. And then unpacking the other part of your question on whether we see potential, we absolutely see companies in Chile, in Colombia, in Mexico that have the potential to be driven. We do need the founders to stick their guns into the sort of in the business as much as in the raising money business. What we've seen is the percentage of guys actually making it through year 10 is not that big. So again, do not steer away from the business plan, and at the end of the day, the guy is going to make you the exit is probably going to be someone like me that just like fundamentals, going to see dividend cash flows moving forward, and we'll write it up.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Michael. And also, Roberto, same question to you, and you maybe can give a statement in a double role, because one thing is you represent your own fund GP here in Chile, located in Chile, investing in alternative investments, but also a very well-known big fund of fund GP from Munich, Golding Equity Partners.
Thank you for that. Yeah, I think in principle, just to make clear, it's, well, we're a small, young company. I mean, we started 4 years or maybe that range. And obviously we started investing here in Chile directly, but also with time we have invested abroad, and we have gone into some VCs, in particular in some subsector, I would say food and agri in our case. And then with time we started sort of, maybe due to the markets, I guess, we started looking at other opportunities, and that was one of them was Golding Capital Partners, that is one of the very large German alternative assets funds and managers. And I think in line with Michael was saying, obviously in the case of Golding, it's purely now Europe mainly and US. I think that they start looking, but it depends on the sector. In the case of, for instance, impact, they're now launching their impact fund. They're looking to more regions, because obviously Europe, United States per se, it's still small, or I would say there are some more opportunities in sort of Latin American countries or sort of more developing countries, I would say. In terms of Chile, I would say yes, in line with what you say. At least when we have invested and abroad, we do as a fund of funds mainly. We invest with managers abroad that they look into the different companies and they have their own strategy and they follow that strategy and they align that. And obviously, I would say venture capital is always a wise bet, put it this way, but it's a bet. And you need to have sort of a good horse and a good rider that is always sticking to the plan. And obviously, some of them will follow and will grow, but the others will fall down. And that's part, I guess, of the VC bet, I would say. You have winners and losers. If you have all winners, that's good, but in reality, that's not the case, I would say.
Yeah, thank you. And having said that and having heard that, Francisco, first question to you, maybe more on a general basis. And he just, Roberto just touched the item there. Maybe there in the Northern Hemisphere some more opportunities. I wouldn't rather say that. I would rather say maybe some perceive a higher risk in certain regions they don't know. Let's keep it like this, generically. And I think your institution serves to overcome risks, hands-on, but also to change perception, right, doing that. So please, maybe you can reveal some more of your instruments which you applied in the past, which you have at hand currently, and maybe also reveal the vision on what's to come for certain market segments.
Thank you very much. I'm Francisco Meneses. I'm the Chief Investment Officer at Corfo. Corfo is the Chilean Development Agency. It's a $6 to $8 billion agency, and it has a long history of promoting industrialization in the country. We founded the electrical companies, the roads, gas companies. Half of the stock market companies in Chile were founded by Corfo. And right now, we work helping the private sector to develop. In that sense, we help startups from the beginning, when you have an idea, until the end, until they open to the stock market. And we are the biggest investor in the venture capital industry in Chile, with over $1 billion invested. And we do so with the objective to create a market. So we want to help entrepreneurs to grow. And on the second side, we want to help develop the financial sector of the venture capital industry. Right now, we have very powerful tools in the venture capital world. You can go to venturecapitalchile.org. And if you want to invest in early stage companies and you're a fund, we will lend you money. If you put $1, we will match it, double it, and even triple it at a very low interest rate. And we will lend you that money just with a promise of what you will do. We are injecting between $70 to $80 million a year into the economy with that. So we are, in a practice, a fund of funds. We are in a practice kind of like the Banco de Fomento Portugués or like the KfW with a venture capital branch. And we also have credits, loans, and guarantees that we can talk later about that if you need anything regarding that. But in the venture capital world, we're helping to develop that industry. So we kind of do what they do from the public sector, trying to develop the market. And what's to come? We're currently working with a new tool with the Santiago Stock Exchange. It's called ScaleX, helping companies open to the stock market, and it's going pretty well. We see a good future there regarding the venture capital. We see also an opportunity as the three stock markets are joining together, Chile, Peru, and Colombia. So we're not going to be a market of 20 million people. It's going to be over 105. And so when you start thinking of the startups and the companies of a country that it's on the size of 100 million, it starts to become more interesting. And for us, we already bring some of the best entrepreneurs in the Southern Cone to Chile to work at Startup Chile. We know our venture capitalists are investing in them, so we have the ecosystem. So that's moving forward pretty well. And we want to work towards becoming a hub here in the Southern Cone and being the hub between the market of Chile, Peru, Colombia, and Argentina. I think that's our next objectives. We're also working very heavily on green hydrogen, as was just mentioned, and we have new financial tools for these big projects. So yeah.
Very interesting. Yeah, I think there's a bucket available of 400 million, right? Which you just made available for hydrogen projects. Yeah.
So we just raised $1 billion to finance our green hydrogen facility. With that, we will lend money and provide guarantees. Guarantees are a very effective tool to reduce the risk of the project. So when the project is doing a project finance, they need to raise $1 billion. We put a $300, $400 guarantee. That requires a little bit of capital from us, not too much, and we have a state guarantee. And so we reduce the risk of the project and help them achieve a successful financial closure. So yeah, we just raised a lot of money for that. In Chile, we do things kind of differently. We first raise the money and then launch the program. You need to make sure you get the money first, so yeah.
Chicken egg. Thank you very much. Yeah, maybe then, Alina, a second block of questions, and we were just already touching the regional focus. And to be very specific, are you guys at Alpha Q Venture Capital planning investments in LATAM, in the LATAM region? Are you already screening sub-segments, sub-markets? And whenever, I don't want to be impertinent, but if you can reveal, are there market segments you are already focusing on in the region?
Yes, so in general, I think we're looking into the market, even though it's a huge one, as a whole, to kind of start grasping which kind of sub-markets and also sub-sectors are specifically interesting. We started to opportunistically also speak with funds in the region, but to be honest, like being located in Germany, we thought it would be much easier to get an idea of the ecosystem, especially during times of Zoom and Google Meets, even from here, but we realized that you really need to have the insights of the ecosystem itself, to connect with the startups, with the LPs in the ecosystem, but also, of course, with the GPs to get an idea of which kind of funds, which kind of players are really relevant. However, what we already identified, and this is definitely something that we want to go long on, is or are two developments. One is that the innovation cycles happening in Europe are sometimes a bit like earlier compared to what's happening in LATAM, and we think that's a great opportunity to kind of look into what has happened over the last 12 to 24 months here and kind of see who is ahead of that in the LATAM market. And then on the other side, we, for example, as AQVC invested already heavily into the space of climate tech. 2 of our portfolio funds, we're currently counting 15, are directly exposed to climate tech, 2 others indirectly. And we think that given the great macro environment in LATAM, a lot of renewable energy, a lot of stuff happening in hydrogen, as we already heard, that this is a great opportunity for our funds to expand towards the region, to spot opportunities there, but also to kind of build a bridge between funds in the Latin region and in Europe or the US, depending on where you look at. So I think this is both super interesting for us going forward.
Interesting. Just one additional question. When you're going to enter new markets, do you already foresee a type of setup? Are you going to lever on local partners, local corporations, to make maybe things easier for you, more transparent, or what would be maybe a setup?
So we don't plan on like opening up a subsidiary or something similar in LATAM, but we definitely look for strong networks, especially on the LP level, that can act as sparring partners, that give us a better overview over the market. And I personally, I mean, our investment team is super small, try to then also go to the ecosystem, spend some time there, connect with relevant players in the ecosystem to at least have some boots on the ground. And with that, then also establish the relationships that can be leveraged going forward, even though we're not on the ground anymore.
Okay, thank you, very interesting. And maybe just to make it a bit more dynamic, as a direct connecting point, let's say, what's just been said, talking about Golding, do you see that they already, well, some things we can see at PitchBook, right, at Burgess and so on, so the benchmark providers, but do you see that there are strategies and there's the will to invest in the region? I was just, I think some month ago, talking to some investment managers in Munich, and at least the idea and the openness is there, but maybe you can, whatever is possible, reveal some more details on that, which might be interesting.
I mean, it's a good question. I think in principle, they always tend to focus on what they know. They know Europe and United States. That's where they have presence. I think, as I said, there are some certain products, like in the case of impact, that they rather look into more growing economies, because that's where the opportunities are. I think in general, it's maybe what Alina says, is it depends on the ecosystem and the partners you have there and the opportunities. I think it's yet maybe unknown for them, the region, and I think maybe what they look, it's sort of strong, good opportunities, but since they are fund of funds sometimes, they rely heavily on good managers that are on the other side that can support them. So I think that depends mainly on having good managers on the other end, just to rely on that. And I think that's where they're focusing still at, having good relationships. They also do co-investments, but they start in principle with good managers on the other end, I guess.
Thank you. Then maybe equivalent question to you, Michael, but more amplified. Whenever you enter new markets, and you were just mentioning some European markets, but also other in terms of geography, but also maybe markets where you not have a toehold yet. How's your approach? Is this something where you also lever on prospect multipliers in the market?
Yeah, so I think that the answer to that has been changing, right? We are ending a cycle now where money was supposed to be cheap, and that funneled a lot of startups,
a lot of ideas, a lot of creativity, and you could do buy with storytelling. That world is shifting. Today I saw the 10-year treasury in the US overlapping with cap rates on real estate, which is insane. Money's going to get scarce. Even for Corfo, it's going to be more expensive to fund things. ECAs were able to do it cheaply. Now it's going to be expensive. It's going to be expensive for us. Yeah. Guys, and it's going to be expensive for everyone. If everyone here doesn't get a hold on what the impact of interest rates have on the economy, we're going to be lost. It's going to be very tough. It's going to be a natural cleansing. Natural selection is going to happen. As you were mentioning, only the best of the best are going to be there afterwards. And we are going to have to be, everyone here on this table, we're going to have to cherry pick only the very best. Your product will need to work. You'll need to be proven. If not, money's going to go elsewhere. So money's going to be scarce. There's a lot of things to do. So when entering a new market, we're going to be especially driven by that. Is this market knowledgeable? Do they have rule of law? That's super important if you're going to see an exit in 10 years. Or am I going to bank on something that's going to be living off shadow payments from a government that's going to be changed in 5 years? So for instance, and I saw this with you, when we see green hydrogen, we first of all see the off-taker. We see the commercial output. Who's going to be taking this green hydrogen and at what price? Are you going to be able to return on the capex you spend and give a J-curve to the investors? If you don't have that solved, we're not even going to look at that. So I guess there's going to be a flight to quality right now. And in entering new markets, you're going to be especially focusing on that, whether or not the ecosystem, the landscape is going to give us credibility on us being there 10 years from now.
Okay, perfect. Wow, it was quite interesting, and no, it was perfect. I just have to check the time. Yeah, sorry? 20 minutes. 10 minutes. Ah, yeah, perfect. And then I, of course, would also, given this perfect controversial part now, also hand to you, because this is something I wanted to touch. Given the interest rate situation, we know it's not something which is highly volatile, right? They move slowly, the central banks. And somehow, of course, you have to refinance too. I think that was a very good point. I didn't know whether I wanted to touch it today, but sorry. But maybe this is something interesting. Because Corfu, and I know some market participant who leveraged on your product, on your facility, very successful, but in times maybe some 5 to 10 years ago. Is this something which is still competitive, which you are going to provide, the interest you're going to provide to the respective funds with this ratio 1 to 3, 1 to 4 are going to invest? This would be.
Thank you very much. So. So in Chile, we are right now in lowering the interest rate. The central bank is lowering the interest rate. So I understand we have on the world these high interest rates. We have this flight to quality, but we're not going to see that in the Chilean market for a while. Corfu is working counter-cyclically, and Corfu owns 1/3 of the lithium in the world. So we don't really have much cash problems. Unless the government comes and asks it all. But in general, we don't. And then, therefore, we are allowed to lend at low interest rates. And so what is coming next is we're lending money to the VC funds, and we're going to announce new programs if the VC funds are focused on firms led by women or in decarbonization. We're going to lend them at an extremely low interest rate. What we see in the future is we need to work more in the financial sector. We have developed the VC industry, we have worked with them, but we still have problems. We have a very low diversity of managers, very low diversity of firms where VCs are investing. I was telling an example yesterday. Of the 70 funds that we have worked with, only 1 is managed by women. just to tell you, I don't want to talk about indigenous people, regions, or industries, because the picture is even darker. So we need more funds to come to Chile, and we need them to invest in industries that are as diverse as our population. And that's one of the things we're working on. The second thing is, I see my allies of Banco Estado sitting over there. Banco Estado is going to start working on a fund of funds with us to invest in Scalex and startups. So that's pretty interesting what's going on regarding that. We see a very bright opportunity regarding the future in that sense. We talk constantly with companies growing at 60% per semester. They have products, they sell, and they are looking for investors. We're also trying to bring bigger institutional investors to this market segments, mainly the pension funds and the security companies, the insurance companies. Yeah, we don't have them right now, and we're working towards changing the regulations so they can enter better in a more effective way. So we see that as an opportunity for the medium to long term, and I see the increasing rate is an issue. But then again, we're trying to help that.
Okay, perfect. Only just to clarify, I was talking about long-term rates and not Corfo not having money being more scarce. So I was just to make that point.
Perfect, and I think you already in a very elegant but very clear way already you were taking the next step in the agenda vision 5 to 10 years, and thanks to you also. So maybe Roberto, sorry, and Alina afterwards. Maybe Roberto, you can round this picture up. What's your vision on the next 5 to 10 years in terms of investment markets here in Chile, in LATAM?
It's a good question, and maybe let me come into what are the funds of funds, and maybe complement to what you said, or the status of that manager, and help you complete that investment, and taking a bit less risk than what as a manager directly going to investment you can run, because you're going afterwards sometimes. So I think, in line with what Michael's saying, obviously we need to see the rates, and the money is going to be scarce in the next few years, I think, because obviously everyone is looking closely into the rates in banking at a very high rate with zero risk, for instance. So I think there must be kind of a change. One of you say institutionals, they have to see more the opportunity, especially in fund of funds. I think they see this with some sort of complexity, because they see there's layers on top of layers, and I think they don't like that, and they want to be sort of close to the investment more than in a third party or in a different stance. But I think if the business is good, there's always going to be, or we're always going to find the money. So I think that's the point. But yes, it's going to be difficult. And today's world, I think, is more for the buyers than for the sellers. That's my view, at least in the next few years.
Thank you very much, Roberto. And maybe, Alina, from your side also, we know, given the nature of your first evergreen fund, maybe 5 to 10 years is just one very small part of the story still. It would be very interesting to see your view on the investment markets.
Yes, happy to give that. I mean, again, I'm definitely a rookie in the LATAM ecosystem, but therefore I also would rather like to give my wish than my kind of outlook. I think that all of the topics mentioned just now, with money getting more kind of scarce, and also especially GPs having a very hard time to fundraise, this can also be an opportunity of, for example, not scaling fund sizes too big, staying small and disciplined on strategies, having higher returns with smaller fund sizes, and building up really good track records to then in the long term also attract institutional investors. I mean, that's something that we're now seeing in Europe in a very negative way, because all of these mega funds need to scale down a bit, and especially emerging managers are having a really hard time. But again, I think for starting to come into the ecosystem, building up a track record, this is something that, of course, it's the hard way to learn it, but it can also be kind of the healthy way to learn it compared to the last 3 to 4 years. And then also with wishes and hopes for us, I mean, as I mentioned, would love to start building up the relationships in LATAM to get to know the ecosystem better, and also connect with you guys to get more insights, not only on the funding environment, but also everything that influences it on a macroeconomic level.
Thank you, Alina. So I just received the signal that we unfortunately, I think, already has reached our time budget. Of course, we would like, I think I can speak for all of us, we can take this discussion offline, one-on-one, or afterwards also, also with you, Alina. So please feel free to contact us at any time for the specific subject we touched. This, to conclude, very superficial. We've seen, of course, this morning also this has been touched in this discussion. There are interesting opportunities on PC level, of course. But then, given the risk exposure, it's highly important that also a strong institution like Corfu is in place to overcome certain hurdles for foreign investors to invest in the specific markets. But then dry powder is available to be then invested, I think. So thank you very much. Thanks for listening. Thanks for your patience at this very late hour. And really, just enjoy the rest of the day. And thanks, Pamela, for having all of us.
Bye.
Thank you, Gregor. Thank you for all the panelists for being here. So we deeply appreciate it. Okay. So I have a proposition for all of you, because we had a program where we said coffee break is coming now. I know you're a little bit tired, but what if we do the second pitch panel right now and we have the coffee afterwards, and then we do networking? Yes. Great idea. Good. So let's skip the coffee break. And we will continue with the pitch session. It's an honor for me to introduce to you to another great partner, which is Alaya Capital. Claudio Barahona, standing over there, managing partner, great partner, and also supporting this event a lot. Thanks you for that, Claudio, so I'm saying it in public. And he will be moderating the most important part of the VCs that are coming from abroad. So welcome, Claudio.
Thank you. And I hope you stay here and not go far away. So the last and the best part of this event, we're right now hearing the pitches and reverse pitches of our invited guests from abroad. So first of all, let a big applause for Klaus Hubner from Yaku Partners. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let me get the slides and the people coming in. And for those being in Germany, schönen guten Abend. My name is Klaus Hübner, and I'm the co-founder and managing partner of Yaku Partners. So what is Yaku? What means Yaku? Yaku means water in Quechua. And water is what is uniting us. It's connecting Latin America and Europe. So why are we? We are a platform. We're a corporate finance and financial services platform that is connecting the ecosystem, the innovative, tech-driven and impact-driven ecosystems of Latin America and Europe. And by doing so, we are totally convinced that we can contribute to generate impact, a positive impact in terms of growth, sustainability for the countries where we live in. We have 3 pillars. The first one is Corporate Finance LATAM. So we help European corporations, startups, and funds to get into Latin America, get also investors in Latin America. The second one is, perhaps for those here in Chile or in LATAM, the most interesting one is Corporate Finance Europe. So we help Latin American corporations, startups, and funds for their expansion, seeking capital. We have a good access to the network in Europe to support that growth, but also to support them in their lending and commercial development in Europe. And that brings me to the last pillar, which is the European anchor, to represent, based on our understanding of the European market, which is quite complex, in particular Germany, for our clients. As we talk about LATAM, and for those in LATAM, that should be totally obvious, but not for our partners in Europe, just to put you some numbers and the relevance on LATAM and why we think investing in LATAM and startups in LATAM makes totally sense. It's a great market. We're talking about 665 million inhabitants across the region. Very, very, it's a huge market. Almost everybody speaking Spanish besides Brazil. A very young population with a high digital adoption. And very interesting growth in terms of consumption, but also development of the businesses. Digital adoption, I mentioned, you can see the internet penetration is quite high in Latin America. That's a very good infrastructure aspect for startups and tech. And we talk about tech, you can see here, and that's also why we think that we have a great potential to bridge the two continents and support the companies. In terms of the tech market cap over GDP, LATAM compared to some other countries has a way to growth and generate a lot of revenues and impact. And if we talk about Europe, that's the other part, and that's where we're discussing today. Why we think we can add value here is because Europe has a very interesting venture capital landscape. And we look, obviously, we have a decrease not only in Europe, but across the world. But a very interesting and relevant for LATAM, relevant and for deep tech relevant landscape. We're talking about corporate venture capital, so very closely to the industrial families and corporations in Europe. We're talking about the Deutsche Mittelstand. But also the venture capital is backed by industrial, so they tend to be long-term oriented. They can support also startups that have a CapEx, a hardware story behind. And that makes it very interesting for the startups and where we think we can add value to. And if you look at the sectors, we're talking about deep tech, we're talking about energy, health, transportation, fintech, and so on. So all sectors where you or some of you are already involved in developing ideas that can add value also to European VCs and the market. So what do we do basically? We're connecting funds, we're connecting startups, and basically having a focus on some sectors. We do have also a strong expertise coming from us and our partners. We're talking about biotech, very relevant for Chile. We're talking about mobility, energy, climate. We're talking about deep tech, fintech, insurtech. But also we're talking about the access to the network we have, in particular in Europe, talking about strategic investors. We're talking about debt providers, financial investors, but also family offices. And as we were talking today in the morning, they do not necessarily know about the opportunities here, and they have capital to be deployed. And the more we present the cases and help you to get access to them, we think that it's not only good for Yaku partners in our role of connecting the two continents, but also we contribute to both countries. We have a very diverse team, not necessarily in terms of gender, so we're missing a woman, but I think that's, we have seen it today again. But we are diverse in the sense that we have different ages. So I'm the older one, if you see here the pictures. We have a background of, in my case, banking. I've spent 25 years in banking across Latin America, the US, and Europe. But also my co-founders, Marcus and Till, they share with me, firstly, the passion of what we're doing. Secondly, with Marcus, also the LATAM angle and the European angle, which I think is very important as we're talking about building the bridge and talking to the right people in the right places. And with Till, someone that can really execute from every angle with a strong background in the corporate finance. So also execution is provided. And last but not least, Ignacio as our coverage manager in Spain. And we just recently opened our Spain office. Why Spain? Because we are totally convinced that we talk about the bridge between Latin America and Europe. Spain obviously plays a role there. So that's very important. And we are not only that team, we are also joined by partners with an industry expertise and access also to some of the relevant family offices, in particular in Germany. And we are our understanding is that we want to be an open collaborative platform. So as we move ahead, we will certainly further develop our services and include also some additional services, in particular on the early stage side, investing or co-investing in some companies. Yes, so basically at the end of the day, thank you very much. I hope I did not bother you too much. There you can find my contact details, and thank you, vielen Dank, muchísimas gracias, and have a nice evening.
Thank you, Klaus, for the invite. So next, Friedhelm Schild of FinCity Ventures, right? FinCity Ventures. Welcome. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, as mentioned already, I'm Friedhelm. It's a very German name. Though does it work? ¿Me puedes pasar los slides, por favor? No. Okay, let's start again. So I'm Friedhelm. I am co-founder of Finsight. Finsight is, for those who do not know Finsight, one of Germany's, even one of Europe's largest B2B or specifically enterprise fintechs. So I founded Finsight together with my colleagues, two of my colleagues roughly 10 years ago, and roughly 7 years ago, we started investing quite heavily into other fintech companies. Why am I saying that? Because not because I want to flex about it, but it's very important to understand that we have a strong entrepreneurial background in what we're doing. What we have been seeing specifically in the fintech space over the last more than half a decade is that a lot of very high-skilled, highly experienced potential founders or senior executives have been leaving their very secure positions in banks and insurance companies to pursue an entrepreneurial career. And we noticed that they have very in-depth knowledge in their specific field, but are lagging, for example, knowledge about technology and also about how to scale companies properly. What has always been important for us is, and I mentioned that previously already today, that we're looking at business models that have tech as an enabler. So where tech is really playing a crucial, a primary, maybe the only role in enabling the business model. This being a very strong predictor for scalability of the business model eventually. And talking about scalability, this is something where we, from the very beginning, saw very big value to set up business in a manner that it can really grow and that it can also expand on an international level. We have had experience doing that ourselves from an entrepreneurial point of view, and we wanted to basically transmit that knowledge also to the ventures that we had. We set up Finsight Ventures. And we set up what we call a fund number one. And the interesting thing about money is that it's really quite interchangeable, right? So whether you're a startup and you take my money or you take his money doesn't really make a difference for you unless I have something to give to you that he cannot give you. And what we have been seeing, or where my value proposition is, that what I'm giving you is that you survive. And I think that's quite a strong value contribution, right? So I don't know, getting into marriage where your chance of survival is higher than getting into marriage, for example, where there is a second and third wife doing exactly the same thing that you're doing. Maybe my proposition is a bit more attractive, right? But a lot of VCs are doing exactly that, right? They are betting on the same business model several times in order to have one survive eventually. So our fund one is closed already, so we did 15 investments, and the focus was very much on fintech. I mean, this is where we made our money, this is where we were coming from, and this is where we also had in-depth knowledge, but I'll be coming to that afterwards. The average maturity is almost 5 years in our fund, and we have a 93% survival rate as of now. Now you can say, okay, it's only a time frame of 5 years, right? What does that say about the sustainability of all of that? I know. But what I can tell you is that we have, for example, companies already, portfolio companies that are paying us dividends, right? You might say, no, how stupid is that, right? As a VC, you have companies that are paying you dividends, but I don't really care because it's money that's flowing in, and that's quite nice to have, right? Maybe it's better to have than not to have. We're setting up a second fund now, and that is currently in deployment. This is the first time we opened it up for very hand-selected co-investors, and there the focus will be broader tech. You might ask me the question, why is that the case? Why don't you stick to fintech? It's what you know already. And I must say that, especially in Europe, the fintech wave, in my opinion, is more or less over. So the big models have been covered already by quite successful companies that are quite advanced and quite mature in their life cycles. So I don't see too much potential in fintech, but I mean, we can challenge that. I think I would also be interested in other people's opinion on that. Now the question you might ask yourself is, why do you do that? And we did it because we found it to be a model that is quite successful, but sometimes you rationalize things after you have been doing them, and so also did we. We found that emerging managers tend to invest at the earliest stage at attractive prices, so that's what we intuitively did, right? So we are, as I mentioned already, quite early stage investors. I will also come to that later on. Emerging managers tend to be very sector focused with deep ties into non-conventional networks, exactly the same thing that we also did. So we were very much focused at what we know and what we knew, and we were able to really also foster this network in a manner that every investment that we did, and this also explains the high survival rate, was an investment that we, with a very high predictability, knew that we would be able to leverage just out of our platform, out of our sales network, out of our existing client base, et cetera, et cetera. And third one is emerging managers tend to invest with smaller funds, causing less outlier dependency. So we do not depend on unicorns. And we have, for example, invested into models that do roll-ups in the financial industry field. We see that this is a much sustainable way of doing business than relying in a portfolio context only on outliers, so on betting on unicorns. What also sets us apart, and this is a bit the investment scope, is that we basically apply the full entrepreneurial tool set of what is possible in the M&A space. So we do company formation, so we found companies together with very talented founders, but we also do classical venture capital, so we deploy capital and just take part of the company. And for Finsight, so for the big software company, Finsight Ventures is also providing the management and the basic advisory of strategic acquisitions. So we basically can cover more or less the full value chain of what M&A has to offer as a tool set in this field. in this field. I mentioned that already, so I will just go very quickly through it. What is our hypothesis here is that we focus very much on experienced founders. We want to find people that are very experienced in their niche, ideally B2B, ideally enterprise, and that really found something where technology can really make a difference in scaling that. So our average age is 47. The founders that we have mostly ex-C-level. We have a very high dedication and a rigid scrutiny in what we do as of fund number one, it's 100% founders' money or owners' money, so it's our money that is going into that. So it's not other people's money that we're playing around with and betting on. And third is, and I mentioned that yesterday, it's not a spray and pray approach. So we do not look at it from a portfolio context, but it's really very, very focused bets into scalable tech platform solutions. This is basically summing up of what we think that we can offer. We're co-creators from day one. We very much take the role of a technical co-founder in many cases, so we know tech very well. We look deep into tech. We're able to also facilitate and scale technology. We do not have co-investors per se, so in fund number two we're opening up to that, but we have a large network, so indirectly we're of course trying to add co-investors into our portfolio companies. We act as a strategic business partner, so we are very close to the company. We're mentoring a lot. We're really looking of how we can strategically set up the company for superior growth. And we also add a lot of industry knowledge, industry expertise, in many cases also, for example, through strategic hires that we try to facilitate. I think what sums it really up is that we are a value creator. We see ourselves as a value creator, focusing purely and primarily into creation of company value. And that is something that the feedback from the founders we've been working together with is something that they value very, very much, and which leads to really exceptionally high rates of survival in our portfolio. So regardless of where you are in Latin America, we might co-found together with you, we might invest into you, and we might even acquire you. And so I hope that this leaves enough room for connection. And talking about connection, I would really appreciate if you would add me on LinkedIn. This is my primary social network, and I would really like to stay in touch and see if maybe a business opportunity arises out of that. Thanks for the attention, and have a great evening, and happy to connect afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you, Friedhelm. I hope Friedhelm will acquire one of you, right? So next time, Virtus Capital. Nick, a pleasure to have you on board.
Thank you so much. Right, ladies and gentlemen, you got me again. I'm not going to give you the standard generic pitch that we just stand up and give to everybody, because I was asked to speak to an audience which has predominantly got an interest in Germany, and German-focused. And I thought I'd at least pay you the respect of doing that specifically for you. Being German, or working for a German company, I was told that I had 8.5 minutes to present to you. And so therefore, I wrote a speech which lasts 8.5 minutes, because I do know a thing or two about German efficiency. So I will try to talk you through what we're doing, how we're doing it, and why we're doing it. I'm delighted that my colleague Oliver's delayed flight has actually been here and arrived. I was kind enough to cover for him this morning, and he will be delighted to know that I'm not asking him to do the same for me this afternoon, because the very fact that he's here is achievement enough. So, Virtus Capital Partners. We're going to tell you a little bit about what we do, why we're doing it, and how we're doing it. But I just want to reflect on the day we've had so far, because I've met with some fascinating people and seen some really, really interesting companies. And it's an absolute pleasure to be here. But we live in a really, really rapidly changing world. It's hard to believe, isn't it, that less than 50 months ago, 50 months, there was not a single person in the world who'd heard of COVID. Just 50 months ago. And just 50 months ago, central banks around the world were worried that inflation was too low. Here we are today in a very, very different environment. A lot of things have happened, and not many of them have been particularly good. But we have to start from where we are. And one of the traditional strengths of the investment industry is its ability to respond to change, to evolve, and to reinvent itself. Now, this event shows the passion that many of us here have for being part of that change. For all the economic doom and gloom reported in the media, we should remember that Germany is still the 4th largest economy in the world. And the German-speaking parts of Western Europe are still some of the most prosperous anywhere on this planet. We shouldn't confuse growth with wealth. And it's the wealth of the region, financial, educational, and cultural wealth, that still offers, we think, tremendous investment potential. So here I am, grateful for this opportunity to introduce Vatavis Capital Partners, a Frankfurt-based private equity firm founded only last year in 2022. We're a new company, but as you can see from looking at me, we're not new people. Right? We have significant experience in investment, risk management, and regulatory reporting. The company was founded by my colleague Sadia van Sekere, who's here and present today. A first-generation female immigrant, Sadia arrived in Germany in 2000 with nothing. Less than 20 years later, she'd risen to become MD, Group CFO, and Group COO at a very well-respected German investment fund. She could undoubtedly have continued her career there for the rest of her life. And as those of you who are familiar with the investment industry know, she could have done so in some degree of comfort. Instead of enjoying the benefits and privilege that we all know come with that position, she's decided, with the support and encouragement of colleagues across the industry, to found her own firm with her own capital. She's used her own financial resources to found Vatavis, and she is driven, she has a passion to bring positive change to the world, and she's shown her strong commitment to this new venture. She's an inspiration to all of our team, and as we heard before, that there was only one female-led founder throughout the whole of the Chile ecosystem, we've got one here, so we're absolutely delighted to see that. But as a new player in the game, it's absolutely vital that we don't just play to the fact that we've got a female-led founder. We've got to do things well. We've got to demonstrate operational expertise. We've got to deliver optimal financial returns in our home market. We've got to gain the confidence and trust of all our partners and all our investors. And to do this, we've chosen to be regulated as an Article 9 fund under the EU's SFDR regime, aligning ourselves to the highest standards of reporting and impact. Because impact is about investing where your money makes a difference, a positive and deliberate decision to produce measurable environmental and social returns together with competitive market-driven returns. Impact is absolutely not the same as ESG. When we're talking about ESG, we're talking about behaviors. Good behaviors, individually and corporately, are obviously important, but they're not of themselves going to change the world. Impact, instead, is about outcomes. The development and production of goods and services which can make a positive difference to lives, communities, and societies. At Vatavis, we are committed to doing well and to doing good. We've identified 2 impact themes that we think are going to be the most compelling market opportunities of our time. We're launching a €200 million impact fund to invest in the fast-growing sectors aligned to climate solutions and human development. Within climate solutions, we focus on the energy transition, the built environment, and waste and water. Within human development, we look at healthcare, people management, and productivity. Our target markets are profitable and growing small and lower mid-cap companies located in Western Europe, ideally headquartered in the DACH region, and leveraging the traditional strengths of the wealthy Mittelstand. We are already visible and active in the market, and ahead of the fund launch, we promote our brand and we source potential investments. We've already invested on a deal-by-deal basis, and we'll continue to provide co-investment opportunities to interested investors. Now, Oliver may only just have got off the plane, but if you want to know more about the co-investment opportunities, then I'm sure he'd be absolutely delighted, if only to stay awake, to be able to tell you more about those at the coffee afterwards. So, we are co-investing because co-investing is important. It shows that we've got proof of concept. It shows that we've got deals that we can take to our investors in our new fund. We've got a team, which I mentioned is female-led, but we are also gender and culturally diverse. I'm not even these days a European. I'm an English person. I seem to have changed my status, not through my own choice. But we are culturally diverse, we're gender diverse, we are female-led, and that goes right up into our advisory board. And our team of professionals is well poised to deliver maximum impact. Diversity of backgrounds allows us all to combine our relevant abilities, which we need to add value within private equity investments, from identifying and sourcing deals to measuring and managing impact. Our strong background in risk management and operations means that we start with robust processes, operations and regulatory reporting. It's really unusual for a first-time fund to have such a strong risk and reporting framework at its core, and we believe this is one of our key differentiators. So there we are. It's our team, it's our fund, and it's our vision. But I would like to say that the world has changed significantly over the last 4 years, and the investment landscape has changed with it. I thought I was going to be the controversial one, but it seems that Martin may have got a sneak preview of some of my closing remarks on the last panel, because I also wanted to say something about the cost of money. No longer is money free, and nor can central banks magic it into existence without fear of the consequences. Now, in our view, this means that the investment themes of the past decade will also have to be reappraised. For many investors, the era of free money has pointed to one simple strategy: borrow, build, and wait. Real estate has been the asset class of choice and has delivered genuinely impressive returns. But what looked good with 0 or even negative interest rates doesn't look quite so attractive with official rates at 4%. And when you've got to plug a discount rate of 5 or 6% into your financial model, suddenly the whole thing is very, very much changed. And we think that the property market in most of Western Europe is finished as an asset class. If you've caught that boom and you've ridden that boom, tremendous. We think it's time to be exiting that and looking at real investment, real businesses, and making a real difference as a result of it. What we've also seen over the last couple of years is that movements in traditional assets, such as stocks and bonds, have become increasingly correlated. So stock prices go up, bond prices go up. Stock prices go down, bond prices go down. What this means is that one of those traditional 60-40 investment portfolios kind of looks much less attractive. It's lost all of its, or many, or all of its defensive qualities. Now, that alone creates a much better, a much more favorable background for alternative investments such as private equity, which is less volatile, but obviously less liquid than listed markets. But as investors look to private markets for diversification, I think they will also see some other significant benefits. They will see a focus on a much longer time horizon. They will see a shift away from just beating the quarterly number. And I think what they will also see is the emergence of many more thematic investment opportunities. Governments are still going to have a part to play here. Governments set targets, frameworks, and laws. The European Union and the German government have been at the forefront of many climate-related and investment initiatives. Those areas which benefit from the favorable tailwinds of regulatory change look well placed to succeed. And it's on these which we at Vitavis are focusing. Because, as I mentioned on the panel earlier this morning, with high inflation and record levels of public debt, the demands for ever higher spending, whether it's for the energy transition, climate change, or environmental protection, all these demands will have to be increasingly met by the private sector. And what I've seen here today at this wonderful event is the enthusiasm that you in the private sector all bring. And I'm absolutely delighted to have had this chance to introduce ourselves to you. Together, I think we can make a real difference. And we can most definitely show that there is no conflict at all between doing well and doing good. And I know I'm standing between you and a nice cup of coffee, so I also know that that took 8 minutes, 57 seconds. So I'm just about done. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
Thank you, Nick. Congratulations. Also, Sadia, nice to know that there are women-led funds with impact thesis. Nice for that. So now we go to Rafael Ibanez from Pampa Start Ventures. Now we're going to Argentina, from England to Argentina. Look at that.
Thank you very much for everyone. It's a pleasure to talk here. Thank you, Pamela. First of all, Pampa Star, my name is Rafael Ibanez. I have 1 year only of experience Pampa Star, and we are believer in agri-food tech. So for you, I will not compete with your coffee. I be short. Bueno. Well, our found born in the middle of the Pampa in Argentina, and everyone knows this problem and recognize. So our focus is to resolve these problems with our experience in different areas. I belong for the tech companies. Happily, in the last year, I sold my company, my tech company, to a German fund and German company. So I put a part of my focus and my experience in tech to resolve this problem in agri-food tech. So, well, this challenge, when you, in the tech area, industry, everything moves with the speed, and every day is growing with more speed. And artificial intelligence changed the rules in this year. We have in the middle of the winter tech, and in summer in artificial intelligence. But in this area, the challenges are different, because you need to digitalize the agro-food tech. There are a lot of opportunities in to increase in the performance, how you produce, sales, transform, and reinvest. So we think that here we have a big challenge to improve the companies in the agro-food tech, in digitalization, in globalizations, and the gaps, reduce the gaps of the cost. So this is our vertical. We feel confident in this area, and we put focus in ag tech companies right now in Argentina. This is the team. The team came from the different areas. Manuel Ron is the guy came from agro-industrial area. Federico is a producer. Luciano Nicora is the guy that came from the other startups and did the exit of the own company and angel investor plus 10 companies. BP, then Endeavor Argentina. And me, I have one exit in my tech company. Actually, I have another tech company. I was part of Alaya in the Alaya 1 in Calais to create the industry in Argentina, industry of the BC. Well, we feel that equalize the different experience to add value, real value, in the agri-food tech. We are not the only players in agri-food tech in Argentina. Happily, there are 3 or 4 more. And we are the younger BP in Argentina. But this is our team, actually, with 4th GP, Martin canceled the trip. So this is our roadmap. Actually, we are doing the launch of the second fund. The first one, here you can find interesting things, because the fund is few money in terms of money, but we have 28 farmers as investors. So behind of these investors, there are more than 100,000 hectares. So it's this is the unique things that we have in Pampa Star, because actually it's the ecosystem has investors that know very well the real problem that they need. Well, we have 7 startups we invest in this year, and actually we are doing the launch of the second fund. We will use the same theory that in the first. We are finding money in the middle of the Pampa. There are an excess of money with fear, obviously, because the money is in Argentina. In Argentina, everyone has fear with the money in the pocket. So we have another alternative to invest to create the industry for the next 10 or 20 years. After that, our roadmap is find 15, 50, and 100 millions. This will be our roadmap. Obviously, we will need to incorporate another GP in another part of the country doing the connection with the Pampa. When I belong to the tech companies. When you find a tech guy, you say, what are you doing here? What is the reason that you don't move, or one of co-founders move to Silicon Valley or another special environment in the world? Well, I have the fantasy to do the same exercise in the future with the people that invest and do startups in the agri-food tech. What is the reason that you are doing this startup here? What is the reason that you don't move to the Pampa Gaúcha? Is the Paraguay, Brazil, Argentina, Uruguay, and the Chile, Bolivia, and the South America. I think that we have enormous opportunities in this area. Well, I will not compete with the coffee. I stay here for question or in the coffee. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rafael. The thing to this one, yeah, the key master of everything. So last but not least, Fen Ventures, Paola Negroni, are you here? There's Paola, our Chilean venture fund. So welcome, Paola.
Hi, everyone. My name is Paula Negrin, and I'm part of the investment team of Fund Ventures. No. Right. Fund Ventures is a Chilean investment fund. Since 2012, we have been supporting entrepreneurs who are willing to change the world. And since then, we have invested in 38 startups. We have co-invested with more than 100 VCs and institutions. We're actively investing with our third fund, and we have operations in 3 different countries. Who we are? Fund Ventures is a team of 10 individuals working closely to support our companies in their growth and regional expansion. The partners complement each other and have vast experience in investment banking, private equity, corporate law, innovation, and startups. We For example, Cristobal Silva, our managing partner, is based in the US, and Andrea Araneda, general partner, in Mexico. Then Ricardo Levy and Eduardo Befferman both are based here in Chile. And we also are partners with Activa, the alternative asset division of LarrainVial, one of the largest finance firms here in Chile and also in Latin America. Additionally, we have an external investment committee of 6 professionals composed of entrepreneurs, family offices, finance experts, and angel investors. 10 years ago, we started with our first fund. 2 investments were made, mostly in Chile. And then in 2018, we raised our second fund, and then we made 26 investments with the support of Corfo. And last year, we raised our third fund. We expect to do between 25 and 30 investments with this fund, and it also has some more regional focus on all Latin America. Currently, we have a portfolio of 38 companies from 10 different industries, many of them quite successful, so we're very happy with the exceptional founders we are supporting and the impact these companies are having in our region. Here you can see some of the startups that have raised their latest rounds with well-known investors, for example, Galgo, a Chilean fintech with operations in Colombia and Peru. A few days ago, announced the raising of a new round led by the Mexican VC fund Nazca and with the participation of the IFC. And here you can see many other well-known investors, not just from Chile, but all around the world. For example, Fifth Wall, Lips Bayer, Fintech Collective, Tiger Global, Sequoia, and Kasek. A little bit more about our third fund. We started investing last year, and we have today 10 startups in our portfolio from 5 different industries and 5 countries. 40% are from Chile, 20% Argentina, Colombia, and then 10% Mexico and Peru. These represent 27% of the total size of the fund, so we still have a lot of dry powder. This is a chart I wanted to share with you today. It shows the percentage of companies with at least one female founder in their teams that has raised capital recently. As you can see, the gap is still significant, and this is even greater in Latin America. With our third fund, 20% of the companies today have at least one female founder, and we are committed with this fund to reduce the gap and empower and support more women in the region. How do we support our companies, our founders? We don't just provide funding. We open the doors to our network in the 3 countries we operate. We have a community of 94 founders from 8 different nationalities. And also we have a strong network of more than 100 co-investors. This community we have been building in the last 10 years is the greatest value we can provide to our founders and our companies. What are we looking right now? We are investing in early stage startups, mostly seed stage and opportunistic in pre-seed and Series A. We're investing in Spanish-speaking LATAM companies, mainly from Mexico, Colombia, and Chile. And we are industry agnostics, but the main verticals of the fund are fintech, SaaS, and biotech. What's coming next? A few days ago, we announced the launch of a new fund, a VC secondaries fund with our partners Activa and La Rainvial. Why secondaries? These provide to our LPs a great opportunity to invest in a fund that offers a shorter time to maturity and the potential of a higher IRR. We see an opportunity in a developing VC ecosystem that hasn't followed the same growth trajectory in its exits and also within a lower valuation environment. The strategy is to invest in Series B and pre-IPO startups through acquiring direct secondaries owned by existing investors. And why us? Well, as I mentioned before, we are an experienced team with more than 10 years investing in Latin America. And we have co-invested with more than 100 VCs. And all this time, we have been creating a very, very strong network in this ecosystem. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Paola, and congratulations for the fund for secondaries, something very, very necessary here in Latin America. So these were the pitches. Thank you, everyone, for a big applause for everyone who make a pitch. It's not easy. And now I will switch again with Pamela.
Thank you very much. So we have reached the end of the event. We made it. Thank you very much for staying with us until that late. The coffee's waiting outside. We have still time for networking. Enjoy the networking. We hope that you made a great connection today. Hopefully, all of you. We will reach out and ask you afterwards how was your impressions and all that. Maybe we're lucky and can repeat this kind of events. So thank you very much. Muchas gracias. Herzlichen Dank.
Thank you.